Mr. J. Iguale, Legal Advisor, Mr. S. Mole, Communication Services, Ms. Al Regondi, Protection Officer, Ms. E. Morapamaswi, Protocol Officer, and last but not the least, Mr. M.E. Machete, Assistant to Honorable C.M. Mohali. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you, to the Senate, and wish you a fruitful visit. Thank you. In this House, the Senate, we have a member of Pan-African Parliament who represents us in South Africa, where the PAP is based, Senator Mungatana Danson. Welcome them in 2 minutes max.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join you in welcoming the honorable members from the Parliament of South Africa. Mr. Speaker, as you correctly say, the South African government has a host agreement with the African Union to host the Pan-African Parliament. So many times we come to Midrand in Johannesburg to do our sessions in the Republic of South Africa. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for the hospitality extended to us as Kenya and also the rest of the members of Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have served with a very distinguished members from Pan-African Parliament, like the Honorable Majodina, who has now become a Minister for Roads. I remember also, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Malema used to serve in Pan-African Parliament. We thank you for your hospitality there. We take note of the fact that the court in South Africa has passed a certain sentence that we are not happy with, even here in Kenya, against Comrade Malema. We believe that it cannot be that Pistorius would give a small discharge of a firearm, and the sentence is totally different from what Comrade Malema was given. Mr. Speaker, we are again very grateful and honored to have the delegation of South Africa. We are brothers and sisters. We don't even ask for passports, visas between our countries, even before the rest of Africa did that. So welcome and feel at home and enjoy your stay while you are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Senator Sige, you have a point of intervention. Sorry?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to also say hello and welcome this delegation. Speaker, it would please the House to know that they came to benchmark with us in the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare. We had a very fruitful engagement this morning, and the topic that we actually canvassed and will continue to do so with them is on the issue of GBV, gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, you'll be happy to know that in South Africa, the President actually declared gender-based violence and femicide a national pandemic. And I would hope that with this benchmarking trip that they have made all the way to Nairobi with us, that we can take some lessons. I'm looking at the majority side led by our able Senator for Kericho County. We as women of the country have been pleading, and we have been debating on why and when gender-based violence and femicide will be declared a national disaster in the country. There are too many women who are dying needlessly, carelessly, and I am happy to see that there is this delegation from Limpopo legislature who have come on the same with the same mindset as some of us who are working tirelessly to try and reduce and one day even end femicide and genocide and femicide in the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank them for their visit, and will continue to look forward to many more exchanges between our two committees. I thank you.
Next on the clerk. Is Bonikalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for guidance from the chair on a matter of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 94 of the Constitution of Kenya, Sub-Article 1, says that the legislative authority of the Republic of Kenya is derived from the people and at the national level is vested and exercised by Parliament. And in subsection 4, it says Parliament shall protect the Constitution and promote the democratic governance of this Republic. What I would like you to guide us on, Mr. Speaker, is that at the moment, members of this House, they are hiding to leave the capital. They are hiding on their means of coming back into the capital because the security organs have allowed public transport companies to release manifests to interested parties who mark us when we are going in and out of home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you recall what happened to Senator Sifuna and Senator Osoti and Governor Orengo when their manifest was released to some people and they were waylaid in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. As if that was not enough, Mr. Speaker, the Senator of Vihiga was attacked in public and left at the mercy of goons, Mr. Speaker. We would like the chair to assure us that we are safe, the chair to communicate with the executive, for the executive to do what it must do, not to leave Parliament under threat. Mr. Speaker, we will continue when it is right, congratulating the government, but when it is wrong, we will oversight and criticize them using the language and manner that we choose to use. Mr. Speaker, if we do not take this matter seriously, we will take action when it is too late, Mr. Speaker. That government officers have been mentioned, some of them, in the possibility of involvement, calls for national rethink of what public officers can be allowed and not allowed to do. Mr. Speaker, if you could guide.
Yes, Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the former Majority Whip, and I think the issues that he's raising are not in the order paper. I would suggest that if, and the matters are very serious, to seek for an adjournment motion to be able to discuss those issues. Because right now, we have the order paper, and we need to be able to transact business. Because all of us were confused what was out of order in terms of your communication, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, you know the issue that Senator Bonikalwale has raised. Also, the chair has no information about it. So maybe we have heard you, and I will request my secretary to work on it, to get the facts so that I can guide the House appropriately. Next on the clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I have a message from the National Assembly, which is a passage by the National Assembly of the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023. Honorable Senators, Senator Modigi, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2023. The message dated 14th April 2026 was received in the Office of the Clerk of the Senate on Wednesday, 16th April 2026, while the Senate was on recess. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.5, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41, subsection 1 and 150, subsection 4B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023 was published by Kenya Gazette Supplement number 75 of May 24, 2023, was considered and passed by the National Assembly on 23 August 2023, and thereafter referred to the Senate for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas the Senate considered and passed the bill with amendments, which upon consideration by the National Assembly were rejected on Tuesday, 8 October 2024, following which the bill was committed to a mediation committee appointed pursuant to Article 113(1) of the Constitution. Further, whereas in accordance with the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 150, the National Assembly considered and approved the mediated version of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, on Tuesday, 7 April 2026, in the form agreed to by the Mediation Committee on the bill. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution and Standing Order 154B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the same decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. This is the Auditor General's report. Auditor General Summary Report on County Governments for Financial Year 2024-2025. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions Annual Report for Financial Year 2024-2025. Auditor General's Performance Audit Report on the provisions of early childhood education and development, ECED, by the County Government of Kilifi. The Commission on Administrative Justice Biannual Report for the period January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing. Vice Chair or a member.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 21st April 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation, Housing on its consideration of the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2025. I beg to lay.
Next is the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Health on the County Oversight and Network Engagement in Bungoma and Kakamega counties.
Designated polling stations. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the following. 1, the veracity of the allegations regarding the transfer of voters from Nairobi City County to Garissa County and the extent of the affected voters. 2, the measures being taken by the government to verify and rectify any anomalies in the voter register. 3, the safeguards in place to prevent irregular transfer of voters across counties and polling stations. And finally, 4, the timelines within which any anomaly is expected to be resolved to restore public confidence in electoral processes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Jailak. I thought I saw Murugara here. Any member of Jailak? Yes, DK. When can you bring a response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On what Honorable Mwenje has raised, I am a bit lost on what impact does it have, because every citizen has a right to transfer.
You're out of order. Any citizen can register to vote anywhere. What Mwenje is asking is illegal transfer, not legal transfer. So you don't have to interrogate that. When do you bring a response? If you listen to him, he said, people are finding themselves involuntarily transferred to vote elsewhere. Isn't that what Mwenje you said? Yes. If anybody is involuntarily transferred, DK, that's an illegality. If anybody wants to transfer from Embakasi to Soy, that is the legitimate right. When can you bring a response if you are a member of that committee? Are you? Osoro, and you are a member of JLAC? Yes, that statement is directed at JLAC.
That is, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to seek clarity, and the fact that now I've heard clearly, we will be retreating with the JLAC committee, and I think I'll raise the issue with the chairman, and so expect a response in the first week, within the first week of our resumption, upon resumption from recess.
It will be so. Tim Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture regarding the exclusion of persons with disabilities in the local organizing committee for the upcoming Pamoja Africa Cup of Nations AFCON 2027 tournament. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, via cassette notice number 4794, dated 30th March 2026, constituted a 38-member local organizing committee, LOC, to oversee the country's preparations and organization prior to the Pamoja AFCON 2027 tournament. While we commend the government for steps taken towards preparing the historic continental event, it is noted with great concern that none of the appointed members of the LOC is a person with disability. This omission constitutes a clear case of exclusion and undermines the constitutional and legal commitments to equality, inclusion, and non-discrimination. Honorable Speaker, Article 27 of the Constitution guarantees equality before the law and expressly prohibits discrimination on any grounds, including disability. Further, Article 54(2) obligates the state to ensure that at least 5% of members of public in elective and appointive bodies, the persons with disabilities and are persons with disabilities. The absence of representation of persons with disabilities in the AFCON 2027 LOC not only violates the Constitution provisions, but also risks overlooking critical considerations in planning and execution of the tournament. These include accessibility of stadiums, training facilities, and public infrastructure, inclusive fan experiences and ticketing systems, as well as compliance with international best practices on disability inclusion in major sporting activities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the following. The steps taken by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports to review and reconstitute the LOC to ensure inclusion of persons with disabilities, including representatives from KEDIBA, the Kenya National Paralympic Committee, disability-related sporting federations, and experts in accessibility and inclusive design. And secondly, the timelines for the reconstitution of the LOC to accord with the Articles 27 and 54(2) of the Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Sports and Culture, Dan Wanyama, when can you bring a response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll bring the response immediately when we resume after recess.
Thank you. Responses to requests, Administration and Internal Security. Tongo, are you ready to respond to Beatrice Kemei's statement? And where is Beatrice Kemei? I thought I saw her here.
Honorable Speaker, this morning we were with the Minister.
Yes.
And most
Did
of
you prosecute this?
Yes, among many others. Almost 14 statements were responded to by the Minister, including this. And both the Minister and the DCI addressed this matter. And on this case, there are people already before court.
So it is, yes, Kangoko Bowen.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to disrupt the Honorable Raso, but Honorable Speaker, I think initially in this House, and even you had pronounced it, Honorable Speaker, that if a member asks a question and at the time of response, the member himself or herself is not present, the answer is tabled. before you, Honorable Speaker, and the owner of the question can pick it up from there. So now I don't know when Raso is answering the question, the Honorable Kemei is not here and it is listed
He
in the
has
order
not
paper.
attempted to answer at all. All you need to do, Raso, is in addition to what you prosecuted with the minister, you can table the response that you have. Bowen is absolutely right. Education. Education is the chair here to respond to a request by Betsimba, and is Betsimba here? Ivo Bara?
Chair, the ministry has asked for
Which
more
chair?
time. The ministry has asked for more time.
Which chair are you addressing?
Pardon?
Which chair are you addressing?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The ministry is not ready and they've asked for more time. So we will respond first week after recess. Thank you.
Is Betsimba here?
No.
You can't bring a response next week? It has been pending. We also need to reduce the backlog. Can you try and bring a response next week?
We will try, but they asked for more time. Yeah. Thank you.
And Evo Bara, the Minister for Education, is here tomorrow. Why don't you ask him if he has this response? I can list it as one of the issues for him to address, because there are only 2 issues he will be coming for.
Yes, I will.
Communicate with his office.
I will, right away.
In good time, and tell him he'll be expected to respond to this.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Yes, Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just as a follow-up to what my vice had informed the House, that true to what we did promise the House, we had the minister today plus the security team appearing before the committee in County Hall. And he did respond to a number of about 16 statements, including the one for Kemei. And I will be asking that, because I've just called the secretariat, they were processing through the table office, if we can able to have them selected for tomorrow to be tabled on the floor, the all 15.
You'll table them tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
In particular response, attention to Kemei's request.
Yes.
Both the Speaker and I believe the House would be keen to know how 33 bodies found themselves in one mass grave in Kericho.
Okay.
So you can table all the statements tomorrow.
Yes.
But give the House some highlight.
Okay.
On the 33 bodies in a mass grave in Kericho.
Well guided, Speaker.
Thank you.
So in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, Rindikiri, are you ready to respond to Honorable Wanami Wamboka's request?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to respond to the questions asked by Honorable Wamboka on the collapsing of buildings in the country and specifically Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I have received a very bulky report from the ministry, the State Department of Public Works, which I believe have been tabled in the clerk's office and which Honorable Wamboka is in receipt. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the issue of collapsing buildings, which statistically has become a concern in this country. And I want to thank Wamboka for asking this question. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I will not be able to go through the 48 pages of the response, but we have prepared a summary
Even if you
of the
tried,
same.
I will not allow you. 48 pages.
Mr. Speaker, the first question state the circumstances that have contributed to the increasing incidences of building collapses in the country, including the law of regulatory and oversight bodies in approving and monitoring in respect of which collapse construction works. Mr. Speaker, Building collapses, especially high-rise structures, are mostly attributable to several causes, and I want to, Mr. Speaker, to summarize them. One is non-compliance to building standards and regulations. Mr. Speaker, the standards of buildings in this country are embodied in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution, that guarantees the right of every person to access a comfortable quality building to live in. Mr. Speaker, the problem that we are having is that unscrupulous developers float the existing zoning regulations. And I think this is very important because with the 2024 building code, it brings forth the regulations for each area, because each area has some differences in terms of materials and that are applied. So unscrupulous developers float the existing zoning regulations. For instance, the increase on number of floors that eventually result in heavier road to the substructure. Mr. Speaker, some of the buildings you have approved one-story building, but some unscrupulous developers end up by building 3 or 4 buildings on top. The other cause is gaps in the construction approval process. Mr. Speaker, there is a process that is embedded in the regulation that is very clear from the National Environmental Authority and the National Construction Authority. Mr. Speaker, you find these processes in many cases are floated by the developers or the contractors. For example, the approval process reveals the following gaps. Disjointed approval process between the three agencies. All these agencies, Mr. Speaker, have different approval points. So you find one has approved differently from the other one. When the contractor is now putting the building in place, he doesn't know exactly which one to follow. Then there is, of course, the poor workmanship, Mr. Speaker. The workmanship, the ability of a contractor to follow proper standards to deliver safe and quality building, such as installing product and material correctly. Mr. Speaker, this is happening in many of the construction sites. The other one is use of substandard materials, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of the building materials are not subjected to testing. Many contractors, including some of us here, including myself, I'm guilty of that, because we don't take like for residential buildings, for testing materials. And that's one of the reasons as to why some of the buildings collapse. The other one is inadequate structural design and overloading of the structure. Mr. Speaker, then there is, of course, the lack of formal construction contract. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, for the members to note. Mr. Speaker, I will not deal with a teacher. I will not deal with a teacher of history. Mr. Speaker, there is, of course, the lack of construction contracts. The other factor is the professional integrity. Mr. Speaker, what I'm building on is the reasons that have led to collapsing of buildings, which have been noted. This is not academic subject. They are the reasons that have been found because NCA and the other bodies which have been which are taxed with these responsibilities have come up with. Mr. Speaker, there is the old buildings that collapsed as a result of lack of maintenance. Mr. Speaker, from that perspective, if you look at that report, you will find about 100 buildings have collapsed between 1996 and the year 2006. And that is quite a large number. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wamboka sought to know the current building approval processes, inspection and enforcement mechanisms, and the level of compliance with the national construction standards across the country. Mr. Speaker, the current building approval process is as follows. Stage 1, architectural plan approval. Stage 2, structural plan submission and approval. Stage 3, national environment management
license. Stage 4, project registration by National Construction Authority. And stage 5, project construction on site. Stage 6, inspection of regulatory compliance. Stage 7, obtaining occupation certificate. Mr. Speaker, then we have the quality activities and inspection. NCA, this is the work of NCA. So if you follow all these processes, you will know exactly where the flotation is and where we are having the problems. Mr. Speaker, there is the National Building Construction Building Code 2024. Then there is the compliance of the National Building Code 24, and then enforcement of the National Building Code 2024. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wamboka wanted to know accountability measures, the accountability measures in place, including investigations, prosecutions of culpable persons, and proposed mechanism for compensation and support to the victims and affected families. I think this is a very sensitive matter, Mr. Speaker, and I would like us to note that there are so many cases of collapse buildings that are extensively investigated by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, from a criminal angle, since there are some of them where there is a criminality aspect is involved. Mr. Speaker, the other matters that are within the public prosecution department. And Mr. Speaker, once this process is done right from the inspection, then the matter is referred for prosecution. Mr. Speaker, there are inquiries conducted by the Board of National Construction Authority. And Mr. Speaker, that is in accordance section 22 of the Act. The board is mandated to undertake inquiries into the conduct of contractors for the purpose of investigating alleged unprofessional conduct and determining whether such conduct contravenes the Act of Law. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the questions that in summary, because as I said, this is a bulk report of 48. I hope the questions have been summarized. I know Mr. Wamboka would not have gone through all of them in depth, but I think we have attempted to answer his questions, and we are here to make sure, because he has addressed a very important question, and I want to thank him, because this is a national concern. It's a national concern. It needs to be given the weight it deserves. As I said, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, you are going to find historically we have 100 high-level buildings which have collapsed, and they are all cutting across the country. They are all across the country. There's no specific area that we can pinpoint, but there are specific areas, particularly Nairobi and Kiambu, which are coming very prominent in terms of the building collapsing. Mr. Speaker, you also find that there are so many various levels of compliance with the registration, which again is following the same. If you look at the level of compliance, Mr. Chairman, it will tell you, Mr. Speaker, it will tell you where some of the problems are. For example, in Nairobi, the level of compliance is 57.8%, meaning there is something that is wrong somewhere. If you look at Kisumu, Kiambu, it is 43.9. If you look at Kajiado, 48.3. If you look at Lower Eastern, 52. If you go to Coast, 20% compliance. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem that needs to be further handled, and I believe with the goodwill of each member here and the committee, we are trying to do everything so that this trend does not continue. Various actions have been taken, Mr. Speaker, for the contractors and developers. And we are developing codes of building, we are reviewing the building code to be in tandem with the current trend. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Wamboka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the collapse of buildings in this country has been on the rise, and we continually come up with laws that are either disregarded or that do not fit the framework of what needs to be done, Honorable Speaker. I've gone through the report, the answers, Honorable Speaker, and I think what the committee has done, which is not a bad thing, is just to list the obvious problems, Honorable Speaker, regulatory issues, corruption, poor workmanship. Those are normal issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the UK, they had a fire tragedy that hit a building which led to deaths of...
Is corruption in the construction industry a normal issue?
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
You say those are normal issues. I'm asking if corruption in the construction industry is a normal issue.
That are issues that have been with us, Honorable Speaker,
yes,
for the longest, to say the little. In the UK, Honorable Speaker, they had an issue where the fire raged a whole building, killing 72 people, Honorable Speaker, which led to the Greenfield Tower inquiry, Honorable Speaker. And I would want to propose, Honorable Speaker, to the committee and to this House, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, that we set up an inquiry of this House, Honorable Speaker, into the collapse of this building, Honorable Speaker. Just like in the Greenfield inquiry, which successfully shifted focus from individual blame to systemic regulation fragmentation. It forced the UK government to accept all the 58 recommendations which the House came up with, leading to the creation of a single construction regulator and the Building Safety Act, Honorable Speaker. There are so many things that the committee has talked about, Honorable Speaker, which without a proper inquiry into this, Honorable Speaker, it will just be like just any other document of this House. Honorable Speaker, in justification for an inquiry, just as Greenfield exposed confusion in the UK regulations, Kenya suffers from fragmented mandates. Greenfield's core recommendation was to integrating building control products and professionals into one accountable system, directly mirroring in Kenya's need to coordinate the NCA, which the committee has alluded to, professional body that regulates all these things, Honorable Speaker, and the county government together. 3, the Greenfield model prioritizes residents' voices and safety over developer convenience, Honorable Speaker. As it is in this country now, developers do not really do not care about the common mwananchi, Honorable Speaker. And I mean, it's a sharp contrast from UK and us here, where 64% of residents feel laws that we have today, and I'm sure the committee will agree with me, they favor the developers and not the common mwananchi, Honorable Speaker. I plead that this House finds it necessary that we go the inquiry way, Honorable Speaker, and where the inquiry will not just
seek clarification from the statement.
That's what I'm doing. I'm building background.
You are making a speech.
I'm building background, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
That the Honorable Committee, Honorable Speaker, should find a way to stop all these things, to put up an inquiry which will have a broader mandate, a broader time frame to really interrogate these issues, Honorable Speaker, and come up with standardize all laws and come up with a better way forward, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Rendekere, hold there. Mwenje has wants to joyride on that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to add, Honorable Speaker, we had a house that collapsed recently in South Sea, and I was actually there with the CS. when we follow what happened there, Honorable Speaker, you find the engineers, the county officials were compromised. The building was stopped by NCA, but somebody went and gave a further approval and allowed construction to go on. Honorable Speaker, it would be prudent if the committee can push NCA to suspend even some of these engineers. If Rindikiri's response came here and he was telling us that we have 10 engineers who the Engineers Board of Kenya has suspended, that there are some officials who get licenses from NCA who work at the county of Nairobi have been suspended. Now that would show there's some action that is being taken. But so far, Honorable Speaker, his report just gelled over. We didn't see any action. What is this action that you've taken that will scare somebody from compromising on building codes next time to make sure that no other building ever collapses in this country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Janet.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with what Honorable Mwenje is saying. But Mr. Speaker, in this construction industry, it is very easy to blame engineers, architects, quantity surveyors. Mr. Speaker, one of the serious problems this country is facing is the standards of the materials that we are using for construction nowadays. Mr. Speaker, it's true that the economy has grown. There are many companies that produce materials for construction. But Mr. Speaker, if the standard, the standards are not adhered to, if the Kenya Bureau of Standards does not take their responsibility very serious by making sure that the quality of the steel, the quality of the cement that we use in the construction industry, Mr. Speaker, is confirmed to be the true standard that is required, buildings will continue collapsing. And you will continue blaming engineers, you will continue blaming quantity surveyors, and you will continue blaming city. It is true, there are many people who get approvals of maybe certain number of floors, but they look for a shortcut to add more without getting approval again from the city hall or something by compromising the officials who are supposed to check on that. But Mr. Speaker, I'm more worried about the materials that we use. If that matter also, if the issue can be expanded to the quality of the materials that is used, then we will get an answer to this problem.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the two members of. I have a report here of 48 pages, and one of the contents is the actions that have been taken. I will, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I'll give a copy to Mr. Mwenje, because one of the annexes.
Honorable Indikiri, as the chair, and you heard what Wamboka was asking.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Buildings have been collapsing, killing people. You remember there was one school that collapsed on Gong Road?
Yeah.
And investigations showed that the contractor had used barbed wire in place of steel in constructing a story building. It collapsed and killed, was it 29 children or thereabout? And many others. What is the deterrent measure that the ministry that we oversight is doing or undertaking to ensure that there are no shortcuts? How many people have been prosecuted? How many have been convicted as a deterrent? I think that's what Wamboka has been trying to ask you. Because a building collapses in Isli, we make a lot of statements. Months later, another one collapses in South Sea. We make a lot of statements. Months later, another one collapses in Kiambu, and on and on and on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If you listen to my statement, I spoke about the substandard materials. It is on the report, Mr. Speaker. It is here. Number two, I want to agree with Samwende. There are specific actions that need to have been taken. If you look at this report, it has a whole section, Mr. Speaker. That's what I was saying. If I had to go through it, I will bore the House. Mr. Speaker, there is a whole section that is indicating the various action plans, actions that have been taken on the contractors. But one specific action, Mr. Speaker, is we are proposing amendment
we are proposing amendment because we have been learning after the contractors, but not the developer. So we are joining the developer with the contractor, all the processes, so that now we don't leave the developer. Because where the lapse is coming in, Mr. Speaker, is the developer want to finish the building, he want to take shortcuts, and when it collapses, it is only the contractor, the one who has the contract, is the one who is affected by the law, leaving the contractor. So we are also doing amendment on the law. Mr. Speaker, we have also proposed regulations in terms, we are revising the National Building Construction Code. Mr. Speaker, we are having an issue, whether we like it or not. Like if you check here, you're also going to find the list of the registered architects and engineers. You'll be amazed in terms of the new development that is taking place in the 47 counties. The numbers don't lie. So I totally agree with what the members have done, but I also take time with them because I'll give this report. It has all those questions, Mr. Speaker. We also require support from the Treasury because State Department of Public Works is the one that is in charge with all this responsibility and implementing these codes and registration of architect, registration of quantity surveyors. There is a bill which will be coming to this House, Mr. Speaker, that is going to set the base on the way forward, because this is a real menace in the country. I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. We shall continue engaging the members of Parliament on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, we will ask this Parliament to consider the reinstatement of the NCA registration fee, which is really affecting the operations of National Construction Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I think going forward, we will engage with Mr. Oboka to explore the possibility of inquiries. But if you go through this report, it will determine whether we really need an inquiry or not. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, you summarized the gist of it all, of what my question was. But if I may invite your wisdom and experience, Honorable Speaker, in terms of navigation and how to come up with an inquiry, Honorable Speaker, I think it will be of good service to this House and to this country, so that we do a holistic investigation into all this that has been happening with the collapse and the deaths for a period of 10 years or so, Honorable Speaker, which will inform a better way forward, Honorable Speaker, other than what Honorable Ndikiri is giving us, which is okay, but we need firmer instructions, Honorable Speaker, from this House. Thank you.
Ndikiri.
Mr. Speaker, I will commit this matter to our CS, and you really need to give space and opportunity for the members to listen. As the policy decision maker of the ministry, this matter will go back to her and see that what the members have requested is considered for the way going forward. Mr. Speaker, what I was leading here is what we got from the State Department, but at the policy level, I will ask our CS to put to available time so that he can also put more effort on answering this question on the way forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, under the Commissions of Inquiries Act, only the President can cause a commission of inquiry. So following your sentiments, I'll direct the clerk to communicate with the office of the President and see what to do. But one of the big problems, Honorable Ndikiri, is just the failure to enforce the law. When you apply to City Hall for approval to construct a building, You cite your QS, you cite your electrical engineer, you cite your structural engineer, you cite all the professionals involved. When the buildings collapse, Honorable Indikiri, how many of those professional advisors to the project have ever been prosecuted?
Mr. Speaker, as I said...
When a contractor unlawfully embarks on developing a 12-story building to a 17-story building, where is the structural engineer? Where is the architect? Where is the materials engineer? Where is the QS? And how many have you prosecuted for sleeping on the job?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Some of this information, there could have been a bit of deficiency on the specific cases. We take responsibility for that. We will make sure that that is done for the specific cases. But generally, Mr. Speaker, the law is not silent, the prosecutions are not silent. I agree that there's a bit of lapse here. And as I said here in this report, there is the national government, there is the county government. That's why we need to review the building code in this country. We will submit, we endeavor to submit as an annex of all the action plans taken by and the status of which.
I'll give you 2 months to bring back a comprehensive... I'll give you 2 months.
Most obliged,
to bring
Mr. Speaker.
A comprehensive direction on what you want to do.
Yeah.
If you drive around Nairobi on a quiet day and you go to some places, particularly in Eastlands, where Mwenje represents, you see some buildings that are literally on your marks, ready to take off. And they're going on with construction.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Even from a lay person, you can see there's some defect here. So we want to see that the Ministry Oversight is proactive. You don't have to wait something that is visibly defective to kill people before we lament.
Most obliged for your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next, we have Transport and Infrastructure as the chairman here. Didymus, you're the vice chair. Do you have a response for Honorable Dick Maungu?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to read this statement in response to the statement sought by the Honorable Dick Maungu, Member of Parliament for Rwanda constituency. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the Honorable Maungu sought to establish, among other things, number 1, the report on the approved station plan and the routing framework for the Naivasha-Kisumu-Malaba SGR, including reasons for the omission of a station in Vihiga County. Number 2, a report on the public participation and stakeholder consultations undertaken prior to altering the initial station plans with respect to Vihiga County and measures that the Ministry of Roads and Transport is taking to ensure that Vihiga County is not excluded from the social economic benefits of SGR, including reinstating the station at Luanda. I'll go straight to the responses. I've shared with Dick Maungu the statement. He can read the theories, but I'll go straight to the answers to his statement. Regarding the report on the approved station plan and the routing framework for the Naivasha-Kisumu-Malaba SGR, including reasons for the omission of a station in Vihiga County, the ministry submitted that the Kisumu-Malaba SGR is proposed to have intermediate stations at Yala and Mumias, with a terminal station at Malaba. Within Vihiga County, a passing station is proposed at a place called Ramla, which is not in Vihiga per se, but it's on the border of Siaya and Vihiga, and they will serve the people of Vihiga. Regarding the report on the public participation and stakeholder consultation undertaken prior to altering the initial station plans with respect to Vihiga County, the ministry submitted that the public participation for the proposed development of the Kisumu-Malaba SGR section was undertaken initially by the Resettlement Action Plan, study consulting during the period of December 2024 and June 2025. And the letter by the Environmental and Social Impact Assessment study, which was done in the period of August 2025 to December 2025. And as per the designs by the engineering, procurement and the construction contractor, a passing station was proposed at Ramla, which is at the border of Siaya and Vihiga, and it's aimed at serving the people of Vihiga. Regarding the measures that the Ministry of Roads and Transport is taking to ensure that Vihiga County is not excluded from the socio-economic benefit of the SGR, including reinstating the station at Luanda, the ministry submitted that through the implementation of the proposed Naivasha-Kisumu-Malaba SGR, the government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Roads and Transport, is keen to ensure that social economic development is not only realized in the counties traversed by the SGR line, but that the positive effects is felt after abutting counties, within the abutting counties, other abutting counties. Within Vihiga County, that is being among the counties directly traversed by the proposed SGR line, it will benefit from direct employment opportunities in the hospitality industry and the use of locally available resources such as sand, gravel, aggregates, water, etc., both during the construction phase as well as during the operations and maintenance. There will be improved inter-county trade through ease of movement of goods and services and persons. Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons as to why Honorable Dick Maungu sought this statement is because he felt like the SGR doesn't pass through Vihiga. But the minister, in his response, has indicated that because the railway follows a particular line and the introduction of a station around Rahila is specifically designed to serve the people of Vihiga to use the SGR. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I submit the rest of the theories and the details. The Honorable Dick Maungu can be able to read this statement. I thank you.
Yes, Dick Maungu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a very disappointed man. Disappointed because the statement does not capture the aspirations of the people of Vihiga and also Luanda constituency. I am disappointed because the statement does not capture the outcome of public participation done in December 2024 and June 2025, where the station was agreed to be at a place called Ochore. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because the statement does not address the issue of equity and inclusivity of national infrastructure. This is the reason, Mr. Speaker, because looking at the plan, we have a station captured in Yala, a station captured in Ramula. Mr. Speaker, the statement is incorrect because Ramula is not in Luanda. Ramula is in Siaya, a whole location in Siaya County, Mr. Speaker. Ramula and Yala, the two stations, are all in Game constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because the statement denies our people economic opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Since the MGR began, Luanda for all these years has had a station that has served the entire of Vihiga County and parts of Kakamega County and to some extent ends of Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because this disadvantages the people of Vihiga and the western area per se. Why do I say this? If you look at the plan, Kisumu County, for example, has been allocated 3 stations: Sondu, Ahero, and Kisumu. What equity therefore exists when a county can have 3 stations and Vihiga has 0? Mr. Speaker, Yala is a few kilometers from Luanda, but Luanda is what is it today because of the MGR station that we've had since the colonial time. And therefore the chairman did not come out clearly to tell us why did they change the outcomes of a public participation. People sat, agreed that Ochore in Luanda South was to be a place to have the station. Now it has been converted, Mr. Speaker, to something they are now calling a passing station. I wish to understand, what is a passing station, Madam Chair? Because we actually were told that the station was to be given in Ochuore. Mr. Speaker, people may argue about the topography. Luanda is not a very hilly place. We have flat areas, Mr. Speaker. That area is all in a place known as a Maloba location. And therefore, we wish to hear, Mr. Speaker, why is it that chairman is saying that this station has gone to Ramula at the border? Being at the border does not mean it is in Luanda. Being at the border does not mean it is in Vihiga. The people of Vihiga demand to have a share in economic infrastructure that's taking place in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why do we say so, Mr. Speaker? Maseno University, which is at the border of Luanda, of Vihiga, and Kisumu, has over 14,000 learners. All these students, long before, used to use the station that used to be there, Mr. Speaker. Denying a station in Luanda will be denying these students an opportunity to access their learning area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a county industrial aggregation park currently being constructed by the government at a cost of close to 500 million in Luanda. The reason why it was done so, Mr. Speaker, it is because the outcome, the produce, farm produce, was supposed to use the SGR to take it all the way to Uganda, take it all the way to Mombasa, Mr. Speaker. Denying Luanda an SGR, Mr. Speaker, actually makes that SGR, that aggregation park, look like a white elephant, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Luanda is an economic hub in that area, Mr. Speaker. You cannot compare Luanda, for example, and Yala. Yala, to me, is a small town compared to Luanda. I wish to understand why deny Luanda their station and take it to another, not that I have issue with Yala having a station, Mr. Speaker, but I want to understand what metrics, what variables were at place for us to be denied that station, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Yes, Isairo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Didmas note what the concerns are.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to joyride on the statement sought by Honorable Dick Maungu and the response that has come. The reason I do rise at this point, Honorable Speaker, is because this statement did not only, despite it being a little bit specific to talk about Luanda and Vihiga, the statement actually sought a response from the Naivasha SGR all the way to the termination point at the border of the Kenya-Uganda border. Honorable Speaker, there are alterations that took place on the initial plan. And I did expect that once the committee brought the response here, part of the annexure should have been the map, the stations, and the smaller stations along the route. The initial ones and the amendments that have taken place and what led to those amendments. Honorable Speaker, while Vihiga is crying that it has been left out, the initial plan also did have a station at Ikonge in Nyamira County. This was to cover the wider Kisii and Nyamira, or what we can call the Gusii region. During this amendment, Honorable Speaker, the Ikonge station disappeared from the map and the planning. And then what we got, which we don't have a problem, a station being created in Sotik, over and above the one in Bomet. We don't have a problem with additional stations being created.
Yes.
But Honorable Speaker, once that happens and a station is withdrawn that touches an entire region, therefore meaning the entire Gusii region, the line passes there, but there is no station, really leaves out an entire community which is known for agriculture, for goods that can be transported to the cities. Honorable Speaker, to finalize, we would like to know, we've been hearing political statements that these stations have been reintroduced. Can we have a document and a map that confirms the same? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Omboko Milemba, Didmas take those interventions.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. On the same, Honorable Speaker, Luanda has a history of an old railway station when the Kenya-Uganda Railway reached Kisumu, Port Florence in 1901, later on an extension done between 1915 all the way to Uganda, Kilembe for the mines, in what was called the Western Wing, went through Luanda. So Luanda has been having a station, and the public participation brought the same station to be in Luanda. But the alterations spoken on have shifted it to Ramula, which is not in Luanda and Vihiga. One, the chair and minister should tell us why the alterations which came later, and why deny Luanda a rich place for agriculture, the entire vegetable and aggregate value addition there, and furthermore the infrastructure. Luanda is the second biggest open air market after Karatina, and now it's being denied the railway station, which was actually supposed to be an economic facility. So the answer being given the minister is not satisfactory. Remember, in the assertions even by the president earlier, Luanda was mentioned, and a place called Mianga. Can you remember Mianga in Bungoma was also supposed to have a station, and we are seeing alterations. Why is it that you are creating stations in the same sub-county, 3 of them, Yala, Ramula, yes, Kisumu, but you are just avoiding, you are shifting the railway from Luanda to make sure it's going through another sub-county. This is not acceptable, and the people of Vihiga, Luanda, Bunyore, and all the infrastructure will not be accepting this. I think this answer, Honorable Speaker, is not satisfactory, and we should take this question back to the minister or CS, or whichever way the CS should be invited here, to show us the original map of public participation, and then to show us the alterations, and also give us why the alterations were made in favor of certain areas while disfavoring the other places like Luanda and Mianga in Bungoma. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hold on, Didmas. Wamboka.
Speaker, thank you. I will pick from where my brother Mboko has left. Some of these big projects from government, they need to bring inter-community coexistence, Honorable Speaker, because they come with enormous economic empowerment, Honorable Speaker. Initially, Honorable Speaker, we had Luanda in Vihiga, we had Mumias in Kakamega, and we had Mianga in Bungoma County, Honorable Speaker. Those were 3 counties, as it were. But now, if you remove, they have removed all the 3 except 1, Honorable Speaker, and taken to our brothers in Siaya and Kisumu. They now have Sondu, Ahero, Kiboswa, Yala, and Ramula, Honorable Speaker. It is unfair, Honorable Speaker. Because initially, Honorable Speaker, when the white man put a ruler on the geography of this country, it started from Mombasa to Nairobi, Nakuru, Eldoret, Honorable Speaker, Bungoma, Malaba. Now, we said, Alhamdulillah, this one is now bringing in Vihiga and Vihiga, Honorable Speaker, the cash crop, you understand, Omusala. How will it be get to its people, Honorable Speaker? So, Honorable Speaker, yourself, I speak as a lawyer leader, as a lawyer elder, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm finishing. As a lawyer elder,
Omusala is bang, isn't it?
No, Honorable Speaker,
Omusala is not a cash crop.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I withdraw. But, Honorable Speaker, you and I come from the same community.
He has withdrawn.
You and I come from the same community, Honorable Speaker. As our leader, Honorable ranking leader in the Luya nation, you have gone on record, Honorable Speaker, to the Luya nation, speaking about these stations, Honorable Speaker. And we look up to you, Honorable Speaker. How is it going to work that you take the few ones that are there in Luya land and you give the community of Honorable Kelo all the rest so that they have more and we have none, Honorable Speaker. As lawyers, Honorable Speaker, we are disenfranchised and we say no, this must be looked at and redrawn. And Abagusi, we are in the same basket. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, at times we do wish to keep quiet, but at times we are pushed to the wall and we have to speak out. Yes, I know quite of the stations pass through Busia on the way to Malaba, but I think the station at Luanda is so critical, especially for myself, because it's more or less like the center point. At Luanda, I can go to Busia town, I can go wherever, I can pass through Siaya and go to my place, and most part of Busia, the lower part of Busia, including Mheshimiwa Njala's Bidalangi. Honestly speaking, Honorable Speaker, it is important.
Point made.
It's important to consider, and that's where my wife comes from. It's good. I can be bothered as I go home. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The country will not build a railway because of your wife. Honorable Didymus. Honorable Didymus. Order. I find that response unsatisfactory. None other than the President himself pronounced that the SGR will pass through not only Luanda, but also Mianga. I direct you to go back and bring a more comprehensive response, including, but not limited to, the map showing these stations.
Mr. Speaker.
2 stations,
Mr.
Luanda
Speaker,
and Mianga.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that when I got this response from morning, the response was prepared and signed by the PS, Mohammed Dagar. I can confirm that the minister is bereaved, he's lost his father, and I agree with the members of this House that this response is substandard, and I therefore want to make a commitment that next week we must be able to table a standard response that will capture the aspirations that the President had, that this railway should pass Luanda and it should pass Mianga. That is what we are doing, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I'll direct you to bring a response within the first week after recess, clearly indicating those 2 stations.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Next order. Hold on. Yes, Jared Okello. What is your point of order?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to thank you most sincerely for walking the journey of rationalization of hardship areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Prime Cabinet Secretary was with us under 2 weeks ago, and he did allude to the fact that some body went to court to petition the report that came from the Multi-Agency Technical Committee. Honorable Speaker, while appearing before Education Committee last week, the Principal Secretary for Public Service did confirm that the court disallowed the petition, Honorable Speaker, and therefore paving way for public service to gazette the areas that were earmarked for hardship allowances, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have kept your eye on this ball this far, understanding the disparities that have been in place with certain areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would kindly request you to ask the majority leadership to fast track this matter, Honorable Speaker, because I remember when the Prime Cabinet Secretary presented that report here, the government was going to save 6 billion shillings after doing the rationalization, Honorable Speaker, because it was believed there were areas that really did not merit, or situations have so far improved that do not allow them to continue benefiting, Honorable Speaker. And with our very constricted fiscal space, Honorable Speaker, I think it behoves all of us to be as responsive as we can.
Point made. Furnish my office with the outcome of the case.
Okay.
That made the Prime Cabinet Secretary refrain from concluding the matter so that I can give the Majority Leader further direction on the matter.
Most obliged, Honorable Speaker. I should
If you
be
can
doing
furnish
this
the
tomorrow.
office of the clerk with the outcome of the case.
I will do so, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Yes, Wamboka.
Before we proceeded to recess, Honorable Speaker, I had asked a question to the Committee of Education with regard to JSS teachers, and you had directed that upon resumption, when we come back, the first week, they address it, Honorable Speaker. To date, they have not sent the answer. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Was it the Committee on Education?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
I'll revisit it tomorrow in the afternoon. Next order.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
Members, will you be upstanding?
Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026. Honorable members, kindly note there are some amendments on the order paper. There are also some revised amendments by the Committee on Trade that are in circulation that you can refer to.
Clause 3.
I propose, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There are some proposed amendments. Chairperson Trade, are you ready to prosecute your amendment?
Yes. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 3 be amended by deleting clause 3.
Chairperson, did you?
Yes, I've proposed that we delete clause 3.
Give a light justification for the deletion.
The justification for that is that the definition that has been proposed in clause 3 is already carried in a proposed amendment that will come in another clause 2.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. I propose the question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Oundo?
Chair, for the reasons given by my vice chair, I had a similar amendment that was coming to do the same thing, to delete. So obviously, when you get my amendment, if you care to call for it, I will respectfully drop it.
Honorable member, that is well noted. We will give direction depending on the outcome of this amendment. I therefore put the question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable member for Funyula, definitely your proposed amendment falls. Yes.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson, Trade Committee.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended in the amended form. And the justification for this is that we are introducing a 10-year special license, which initially in the bill was for only one particular sector, which was the petroleum zones. But we have now expanded to include other zones within the export processing zone. That includes the special economic zones, that includes those that have been defined under what we are calling industrial park. But there is a rider to it that any of those investments shall have a minimum investment of 5 billion, so that only those who are going to put investments that are above 5 billion then benefit from this special license of a 10-year period. That does not exclude the people who are going to do or invest in the oil and gas sector under midstream and upstream. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Allow me to propose a question. I propose a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Majority Leader.
Chair, I rise to support this particular amendment, Honorable Chair, because it supports what was provided for in the bill, but also mitigates against the risk of anybody going to court and saying that the provisions of the particular bill were unconstitutional in terms of being unfair and not giving everybody a level playing field. Therefore, this amendment is giving everybody a level playing field. However, with the proviso that if you get 10 years, there must be a minimum threshold. Again, to protect our nation from people who will want to come and set up shops to assemble small things and not help in our quest towards industrialization. Therefore, the minimum threshold of 5 billion shillings, and I know 5 billion could be relative in terms of time, and that is why the second bit of that amendment is allowing the Cabinet Secretary by notice in the Gazette to amend that minimum investment value set out under 5B. So that if in another 5 years, 5 billion shillings has the same value as 2 billion shillings today, then that threshold could be taken up, or probably our currency loses value and 5 billion shillings becomes too much. Then the Cabinet Secretary can vary that, of course, in consultation with the authority. But lastly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, let me ask the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Special Economic Zones Authority. I am aware, because the CESA Director General has just informed me this morning or this afternoon that they are working on a comprehensive set of reforms for the special economic zones. And I want to ask them to hasten the reforms that they're working with. They tell me together with the IFC. And I know the Director General and some of his staffers are observing these proceedings. To request them to hasten those reforms so that we have a comprehensive law that covers all emerging issues in this sector of special economic zones. Because this is the way, Honorable Speaker, the world is going. If you saw what happened when the war began in Iran, in the Gulf region, you saw the transshipment of cars coming from somewhere headed to the Gulf that came to Lamu. And we've been speaking about the Lamu Special Economic Zone for years. We must move from speaking now to actualizing what we have been speaking about. And that's why I want to ask that, since these are things that were conceptualized a long time ago, let us hasten all the reforms that we need and tell the Special Economic Zones Authority and the Ministry of Trade, Parliament is more than ready. And the record time in which that Parliament has been able to take this bill through public participation, very comprehensive public participation, listen to stakeholders and gotten to where we are today, is testament of the House's commitment to ensuring that we have special economic zones that are working and that are attracting investors from all over the world to come and invest in this country to create job opportunities for our young people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support those amendments.
Very well. Kindly, if you get an opportunity, do not be like the majority leader. Do not debate, because we are on that committee of the own. Member for Funyula, I'll give you, because you had a similar proposal, so that if this is carried, then yours will fall.
Chair, Let me thank the majority leader and let me thank also the vice chair for having listened to the wishes of the majority of stakeholders who came before us. The way it was drafted and the initial recommendation by the committee was discriminative and was going to place the national parliament and the country in bad light. This is the spirit that we need to embrace in this parliament, because then we'll make laws that are actually for the people of Kenya and for the benefit of the people of Kenya. As we pass this law, Honorable Chair, the issue of tax expenditure will have to be addressed in the comprehensive review that we are intending to have in respect of this ecosystem. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, if it is carried, I'm happy. My amendments and my views and my empathy with the people of Kenya will have been carried along. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. Caroli, are you on this? If you intend to speak to this, use the intervention. Member for Nyando, why are you raising your hands?
Obvious reasons. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise also to support this amendment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, a lot of things. Firstly, I just arrived back from a coffee conference that was happening in San Diego in the US. And whereas we are an agricultural country, we are yet to even scratch the surface in terms of the market share in America. And Americans drink coffee. They don't do tea like it happens here in Iran and Europe, Madam Chair. And therefore, we are going to have finished products moving away from selling raw materials to people who would then add value and bring them back to us at a very higher rate, Madam Chair. And therefore, this kind of intervention is timely and is key. On the issue of 5 billion that will then run for 10 years, is like an incentive to prod people to come and invest into our country with a longer time frame of 10 years, Madam Chair. And therefore, I thank the committee for bringing this amendment, and I support.
Very well. Honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. This has no amendment. I put the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mover. Honorable Oundo, you have a proposed amendment?
Honorable Chair, we have had a discussion with Majority Leader and the move of the amendments, that once the amendments under clause 2 are carried, then the proposed amendment under clause 6 will be rendered redundant. So we are presumed. I don't know if you can allow to set it aside. We hope we see what will happen the other end.
Honorable Oundo, that cannot happen, but you will have to trust what you have discussed with the majority leader. So you are on record as having dropped the amendments on clause 6?
Yes, on account. I hope, and it will go through, I trust and believe.
It will be unconditional on record. So, honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 7 and 8.
These have no amendments. Allow me to propose the question that clauses 7 and 8 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 7 and 8 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 3A.
I propose the question. New clause 3A. Mover. To move second reading. Chair, trade.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the new clause 3A be read a second time. And the justification for this is that this new clause, because we have introduced a
Honorable Keitani, kindly move for second reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
I propose that the new clause 3A be read a second time.
Honorable Marianne, I move. Kindly move it, not propose.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I move that the new clause 3A be read a second time.
Very well. You have any justification?
Yes, I have a justification. This is because the new clause will then cure the 10-year license that will have been issued to those investors that are going to invest with a minimum of 5 billion, so that if they get a license and they are unable to invest or they are unable to comply with the license, the authority is being given authority to be able to cancel this license if they are unable to comply. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that the new clause 3A be now read a second time. Honorable Member for Funyula, I'll give you the first shot on this because I know you had a proposed amendment to the same.
We are doing very well. The voice of the people is the voice of God. We are doing very well. Thank you, members, for agreeing on this amendment. Thank you.
You are supporting the amendment?
Also go on record to save time. Since it's similar.
That is what I was hoping for.
Yeah, it is similar. I dropped mine.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question. I now put the question that the new clause 3A be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 3A be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 3A be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover to move amendments. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 2 be amended in the amended form. And the reason for that is that we are introducing a new definition, which is an industrial park, where we have put all those functions that would deal with petroleum operations, both midstream and upstream, agro-processing, manufacturing, and many other activities that have been put there be under the industrial park, and that is for better clarity and better definition in the bill, in the act. And we've also introduced a definition of what midstream petroleum operations are and what upstream petroleum operations are. And that, again, is for clarity so that the operations operations that are not midstream or upstream petroleum operations are not within the special economic zones. Thank you.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Funyula, and if you have a similar amendment, you can drop it on record.
Yes, I have had a similar amendment and had expounded the definition of midstream to upstream, having received advice from drafters that at times it's better to be explicit in any act or in any bill instead of asking a reader to refer to another bill altogether. But probably in the wisdom and to avoid unnecessary haggling and wastage of time, probably unless they think otherwise, I would rather take the committee's proposal because it more or less aligns
Very
what
well.
we had agreed and what we agreed. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. No amendment. I therefore put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Mover, chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Proposing that clause 1 be amended to include the date when this act will will take effect, and that is upon publication of this particular act. Thank you.
Very well. I therefore propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. There is no interest on this. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the... No, I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of this committee of the whole. Can we have the mover to move reporting?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. I therefore put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report. Pardon me, honorable members. Let's have the mover first.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, and I wish to request the member for Funyula, the Honorable Oundo, to second the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026. I will then put the question, honorable members, that this House do agree with the report of the Committee on the Whole House on its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, move third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a third time. And Honorable Speaker, as I request the Honorable Member for Aldai, Honorable Marian Ketanyi, the indomitable Vice Chair of the Trade Committee, to second. Allow me to just reiterate what I had said earlier, Honorable Speaker, that any piece of legislation that we enact in this House must be anchored on policy. And I think that must be made clear to the bureaucrats in government, that this House will not allow people to parachute things that are not anchored on any policy into the House, because I saw attempts when the committee started interactions over this bill to parachute certain substantive amendments into this piece of legislation that had not gone through policy considerations in cabinet. We must emphasize that if those in government want to propose any policy changes to be anchored in law, they must be processed through cabinet so that there is orderly conduct of business in legislative processes, Honorable Speaker. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I request Marianne to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Very well, honorable members, I propose the question that the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a third time. Do I put the question? I put the question that the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 8, Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Special Economic Zones Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, I'll begin by begging your indulgence because I know the Committee on Environment under the able chairmanship of Honorable Kawaya, many of the committee members are not in the House, and will therefore seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, at an appropriate time, once the members present in the House contribute to this bill, we may adjourn debate so that we allow Honorable Kawaya's committee that is carrying out public participation on this bill to be able to come and have their input and also enrich it with what they will have gathered from the public participation process. And that is to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill is a bill that is still under consideration. I know we will debate the bill as it is, as published, but we will seek to enrich it further based on what we get from the public participation exercise that is being concluded in the course of this week, and we do hope that we benefit from the committee members when they return from the retreat of their report writing on this bill. But this is a very important bill, Honorable Speaker, and it marks a very pivotal step in our legislative journey towards environmental sustainability. Honorable Speaker, if the governor for Vihiga was still a member of this House, I am certain the Honorable Otichilo would be very keen on this bill because he's a man who was very keen on matters environmental conservation and environmental sustainability. And this is a bill that I know would have touched him in a very special way. This bill seeks to align our forest laws, some that are very archaic, that were enacted during the colonial times, with the National Forest Policy of 2023. And that is what Honorable Speaker was just saying in committee of the whole House, that any piece of legislation must be anchored on policy. And therefore, this is such one bill, Honorable Speaker, that is anchored on a national forest policy that was enacted in 2023 or that was designed in 2023. And of course, it also aligns with modern global conservation trends and standards, ensuring that our legal framework reflects current ecological realities and aligns also with our Constitution of 2010, because as I said, many of the provisions under our forest laws came before the enactment of our 2010 Constitution. Part of the objectives, Honorable Speaker, of this bill is to align or bridge existing gaps in our forest sector and on matters conservation and environmental sustainability in this era and age of global warming and climate change. And one of the things that this bill seeks to do is to strengthen institutions by formally anchoring research and regulatory offices under the Act. And one such institution is a very important institution that is hosted by the great people of Kikuyu at Mogoga, Carefree headquarters, which is hosted in Kikuyu. The second objective, Honorable Speaker, as I said, is to enhance conservation by introducing innovative concepts like forest carbon and buffer zones. Under this new act, and members who have read the bill will see there are definitions of all these terms, including the trade on carbon credits, forest carbons, and the buffer zones for our forests. The other objective is also to empower counties. You know, many laws that we had before, or the laws that we had before on forest conservation and environmental sustainability came in before the advent of devolution. And therefore, the laws did not recognize or clarify the actual role of our county governments in forestry management. And these forests are across all our counties. And therefore, many of the forests are even on some on land that is, some that is yet to be vested to the Kenya Forest Service. Some of the forests are on private land, others on county government land. And therefore, we need to clarify the role that the county governments will be able to play in the management of our forests. The other fourth objective is to deter environmental crimes by significantly enhancing penalties for illegal activities. Because again, the laws that I described as some being archaic that were there governing this area before had very lenient penalties and fines for criminal activities or illegal activities in our forests. And that is why you have seen people clearing whole forests without apology, Honorable Speaker. Because they know you will clear a whole forested area with illegal logging, make a lot of money from this illegal logging and processing of timber. Then you go, if you are arrested, you go to court, you get a tap on your wrist. We therefore want to make it painful for anybody to engage in any environmental degrading activities in our forests, Honorable Speaker. I know just cutting trees, even the general vegetation and fauna in our forests, including bushes, Honorable Speaker. People go and graze the animals in forests as if those forests are part of their grazing lands. We must be able to protect. I'm told I don't want to mention forest. The Deputy Speaker is instigating me to mention a particular forest. I am sure she will mention it when she is contributing to this bill, because I have neighbors and friends around Kaptagat, so I do not want to be misquoted. Honorable Speaker, this bill also introduces certain new concepts, as I said, in terms of being able to enhance our conservation, environmental conservation and forestry management, and introduces even new institutions. For instance, if you look at Clause 7, Section 17A of the bill, it establishes the Kenya Forest Academy, which will professionalize the training of our forest officers. And this section, Honorable Speaker, establishes a specialized training institution within the Kenya Forest Service, so that we have forest officers who are not just enforcers of the laws, people just carrying guns in our forests, arresting at times ladies who are fetching firewood in the forests, and probably at times it's small branches of trees that would have fallen. But we have a professional service that understands what conservation is, so that even when you are stopping people from grazing illegally in our forested areas, they understand that part of the conservation that they should be doing is to ensure that the flora and fauna within the forested areas is maintained, so that it preserves the moisture levels that are required for our trees to thrive. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this Kenya Forest Academy will provide mandatory law enforcement and security training. It will also ensure that our forest officers are not just conservationists or just security officers, but they're also conservationists who are well-disciplined, well-equipped, and are capable of protecting our natural resources against increasingly sophisticated threats. Because, Honorable Speaker, again, in this day and age, you have seen even with foreigners, and I don't name any particular nationalities, people coming and invading our forest and doing all manner of things, including some breeding. I'm told there are those who are breeding ants in some of our forests. You know, Honorable Speaker, the most lucrative trade, illegal trade today in smuggling is not of elephant tusks. It's for small animals called ants. Those ants, I was seeing in a report from the BBC that the queen, is it called the queen? The queen is trading in the black market at $220 for a female queen ant. And therefore, we have seen illegal activities. And therefore...
The most recent one is from a Buru forest in Gilgil, actually, where those ants are found.
And you see, Honorable Speaker, a forest officer who is not well trained may not understand that that queen, that ant trading at $220 a piece, or is it an animal or an insect? An insect in the black market, somebody now breeding those insects or those aphids in a forest in a Buru is raking in hundreds of millions of shillings. But forest officer will find it to be harmless when they are doing that, and especially when they go to demolish the ant hills that exist around the Buru forest. And I know you know I passed through that road on my way to Mount Narok, Honorable Speaker, in your neighborhood. And especially around the Tivet where we went with you. I see a lot of ant hills in that area. And therefore, we must train our forest officers to be knowledgeable and to become real conservationists also, not just men and women who carry arms and move around harassing people collecting firewood or grazing their animals at the edges of forests. Honorable Speaker, we also seeking to establish the Office of the Director of Forest Regulation, and this office will act as a watchdog for the sector, responsible for setting national standards, inspecting forest management, and maintaining a national forestry registry. Very important, Honorable Speaker, because we have a nation with so many forests. As I said, some are private forests, some are owned by county governments, some are owned by the national governments under the management of the Kenya Forestry Service. But we don't have a clear register to know what actually constitutes our national forests. And therefore, this office, or the Office of the Director of Forest Regulation, will not only set our national standards in terms of what should constitute a forest. Is it just exotic trees? Is it indigenous trees? Or is it a mix of them? What species of trees do you categorize as protected trees? And how do you inspect this forest, even those in private forests, to ensure that if you have a particular species of trees that are good for water conservation within a water catchment area, and there is a private forest, that even that private forest is protected. And this Office of the Director of Forest Regulation will work very hard to ensure that that is done. Honorable Speaker, this also introduces what is that much needed oversight in terms of how we conduct our forests, including things like grading of timber, Honorable Speaker, and certification of experts. Today, I see people importing timber from our neighboring countries, from DRC, from Tanzania, some from South Sudan, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry masquerades as an expert in grading and certification of timber. And you get timber that you are told this is a very nice teak, well seasoned, but the moment you build a table like this with it, 3 months down the line, the timber warps and your table joinery separates. Even doors. And I've been to some houses, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say whose house, where you find very beautiful mahogany doors or mvule doors. But you can see that door when it was new was very good. But with time, as time passes, because the timber was not properly treated, the certification was not done, the seasoning was not properly done, then it warps and creates gaps. So when you are at the door, you can actually peep inside the house before the owner opens for you. I say I do not want to mention whose house it is because he is my former friend. Honorable Amboka pretends to know whose house it is, but I know he knows.
I was actually interested, is a former friend, do they become an enemy or do they?
No, they became rumor mongers, warmongers, tribalists, and I could no longer associate with them. Honorable Speaker, this office will also help us in traceability because, you know, in the modern world, everything from the food we are eating requires traceability. And so is our timber. We must have a system of traceability of Kenyan forest products in international markets so that when we grow timber for in our forested plantation areas, the timber that we grow for commercial use, then there's traceability so that if you were doing vule wood, for instance, that you exported to Italy, then if there's a problem with that timber, we're able to trace back to the plantation where that timber came from. And that also enhances not just our market for timber or wood products, but also puts us at a standard that is there internationally, that you have traceability of all your products, including tree or wood products. Honorable Speaker, if you go to part 3 of the bill, under clause 10, I had mentioned that I host in my constituency the Kenya Forestry Research Institute. And I said part of what this bill also seeks to do is to anchor some of these institutions, and especially such research institutions in the Kenya KEFRI, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, to anchor it under this act, moving it away from what was then science and technology framework to its natural operational space now in the forestry area. And this KEFRI, Honorable Speaker, being anchored under this act will formalize its mandate as a lead agency in forestry research or in research in the forestry area and technology development, Honorable Speaker. As I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, it's important that we also develop seedlings and seeds for trees that will be able to survive in areas where the trees that we have today may not be able to survive. And KEFRI is doing a lot of this in terms of research, being able to research what kind of trees can do well in dryland forests. Because those of us who come from the northern parts of Kenya and other semi-arid and arid parts of this country, those places are that way because there was no forest cover. And therefore, even the rain falling in these areas was limited. But with science and technology today, Honorable Speaker, it's possible for KEFRI and other research institutions to develop varieties, seedling varieties that will be able to survive in these dryland forests, and therefore also be able to merge this dryland forest with pastoralism in what has been defined by scientists as agro-silvopastoralism, where you combine trees, crops, and livestock, and even fodder for livestock. And this is also about climate resilience and livelihoods, Honorable Speaker, because we want to get to a point where climate resilience and improvement of the livelihoods of people, and that's why I mentioned particularly those people who come from arid and semi-arid areas, that through this agro-silvopastoralism, you'll be able to do your pastoralism, but coexist with this dryland forests and also fodder for livestock and also crop farming to also alleviate hunger and food insecurity, and therefore address the livelihoods of the people that all these members here represent. Honorable Speaker, I know this bill is quite comprehensive. It's a very big bill, and I know it will be going to the Senate. Therefore, I do not want to belabor too much of it, and as I said, because the bill is still undergoing public participation. But allow me to mention one last thing, Honorable Speaker, on what is provided for under clause 13 of the bill, on the PES, or the payment for ecosystem services, that is creating incentives, Honorable Speaker, for forest owners for ecological stewardship. That, as I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, there are many people, including myself. I have a small forest in my small space in Kikuyu. And I have made you, Honorable Speaker, in every small space that I get in terms of land, I set aside a portion of it to develop a forest. I did not know this bill was going to become law, but I can see I am also catered for under this bill. Because if you are an owner of a forest now, however big, however small, you are in a way contributing to the ecology of our nation. And therefore, Kenyans will reap benefits from the forest that you own and that you're managing. And therefore, we are creating a framework that allows incentives to be paid to forest owners, whether it's public forests, community forests, because there are also people who have forests that are owned by the community on community land. And there's a lot of that. I have seen a lot of that in Kajiado, Narok counties, and Samburu counties. And also private owners who manage their land to provide ecological services. For instance, as I said, there are people who, your land has a water catchment area that you are protecting and you are taking care of. Or even a place that is a carbon sink and is a carbon storage. You should be able to derive some value out of that. And that is why we are saying you will get a reward and you get payment for ecosystem services that you offer to the country. And therefore, this encourages private citizens and Kenyans and communities to plant and protect trees because they will be financially rewarded for the ecological goods that their forests provide to the nation. Because the ecological good or the service that you're giving to the nation in terms of ecological balance by maintaining a forest, maintaining a water catchment area, or even carbon sinks that you're maintaining is giving value to our nation. And therefore, whatever money the nation earns, whether it's from carbon credit trading, whether it's from sale of timber from the forest, you as a private, as a community, or as a public forest owner or manager, you should be able to derive some value out of it. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, also important is Clause 21 that vests intellectual property rights for forestry innovations in the institute, and that's the Kenya Forestry and Research Institute, that it will be able to now have property rights for any innovation. If they innovate a tree variety that will grow in swampy areas and convert those swampy areas into productive land, as forested areas, then they will be able to now have the patent or have the intellectual property rights for that. And this turns our forestry research from just being a mere service into a protected national asset, ensuring that Kenya owns the solutions of its own environmental challenges, Honorable Speaker, so that our scientists, and we are training many of them, and this House devotes a lot of money towards research and development of research facilities like Carefree and others, that we do not spend such immense national resources in training our scientists, in developing these research institutes. Then they spend even much more doing the research, developing varieties of seedlings or seeds or whatever else they may develop within these institutions, but they don't have the intellectual property rights for whatever they innovate. Therefore, this law ensures that Carefree, for instance, on any research and innovation within the forestry space that they innovate, they will hold the intellectual property rights and can earn from it, should that knowledge be applied by others outside of this country for the benefit of their countries. Then they will pay or compensate the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute for that. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this bill is a very detailed bill. I do hope that members have had an opportunity to interact with the bill. And those who are out there concluding the public participation will further enrich what they get from the public in terms of feedback from the public during public participation before we conclude this bill and before it eventually goes on to the other house. Because as I said, it is also bringing to the ambit of management of a forest or county governments, and therefore is a county government related bill, and therefore we will have to find space in the other house or find its way to the other house. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request my very able Deputy Whip of the majority party, famously referred to as Mama Naomi by the people of Marsabit County, who is also a canon in the Anglican Church of Kenya. A lady of might, a lady of service to the nation, and more importantly, serving the Church of God and
I
the
was
people
going
of
to
God.
tell the honorable member to have a seat so that you can finish you
You know the
you can
canon.
continue the introduction.
The canon, Mama Naomi Wako, has served the people of Marsabit very diligently, and she is very passionate in her service to the people of Marsabit. And as much as she's a canon in the Anglican Church, I know she serves the people of Marsabit, including the Muslim community, without any iota of discrimination, and loves the people of Marsabit. Her commitment to the people of Marsabit is something I have not seen with many members that I have seen before in this house. And therefore, that is why it is my singular honor to invite Mama Naomi Wako to second.
I'm not going to contradict anything you have said because I think it is proper. As an Anglican myself, I can confirm. Member for Marsabit to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate my very able leader, majority leader, for the many good things he has said about me. I was whispering something, but he refused to say that. I was telling him just to say that the next governor of Marsabit County, and he said he reserves that for the next.
Maybe he will say it when he's doing the replying. So we will wait.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second this and confirm also that this bill is very, very important to our entire nation. Honorable Speaker, the Forest Conservation Management Amendment Bill is one of the most important bills that has been introduced to this House, which will benefit this country and every part of this country. I second and support this because the bill introduces enhanced enforcement and protection for our forest. Our forests need proper enhancement and protection. We know very well that there are many people who sell firewood, others sell charcoal, others sell timber, and all these people interfere with our forest. But by introducing this bill, then we are able to protect. Honorable Speaker, again, this bill number 1 on private forest protection, it is very good because we have many Kenyans who have private forest and they also need protection. For the first time, the law extends protection against unlawful violation to private forests which were previously excluded from specific prohibited activities under the Act. This is a big relief to private forest owners because in the past, they didn't have anything to protect them. But this bill will now put that into consideration. Again, increased penalty, because we have known there are many cartels who sell timber, who are in that business and gain a lot of money. But many are the times that even when they do the wrong thing, the penalty is just 100,000, which is very minimal. And every businessman and those who are in that line can easily afford. But when we introduce 1 million, before you make any mistake, you have to put into consideration your steps and the penalties behind. So this is very good bill that will protect our forest and also give enough discipline to those who are in that business and to the cartels. Again, for the uniformed cadre, the bill streamlined the designation of uniformed and disciplined officers, mandating security training and oath of allegiance. Honorable Speaker, I come from Marsabit, and we have one very beautiful forest That covers 1,554 square meter. Honorable Speaker, that forest is what sustains Marsabit and especially Saku, where I was born and brought up. We have all the big 5 animals, the wild animals. And we have elephants, we have giraffes, we have lions, we have everything there. And this forest is what sustains both the human beings and the wild animals. And even for the water that we have in Marsabit, this forest is the source. And that is why today I stand to support this. When we talk of the uniformed officers, Honorable Speaker, we have some officers who have misused their opportunity, who have misused their offices, and sometimes mistreat people, sometimes even participate in doing some funny businesses within our forest. But this bill will then take care of all that. Honorable Speaker, taking care of our forest, especially with this climate change, we will be able to overcome all the challenges that will come with the climate change. Again, water cycle regulation and purification. As I said, as people of Marsabit, we depend on that forest even for the water that we use and we have. Again, when we take care of our forest, soil stabilization and prevention of erosion, when the forest is well taken care of and well nurtured, then we are able to take care of erosion and prevent so many other challenges. Again, when you look at taking care of the forest, economic and sustainable livelihoods. Forests provide food, fuel, medicine, and jobs for millions of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we have no option but to support this bill and also protect our forest. Protecting our forest, by protecting our forest, communities can also reduce the risk of diseases spreading from wildlife for human beings and also balanced ecosystem. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second and I encourage every honorable member to support and debate so that this bill will be ascended to and benefit the millions and millions of our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, be now read a second time. Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has less than 10% of forest cover. This is according to the report, the Kenya Forestry Resource Assessment Report of 2024. I start with this particular statement because we are confusing people when they speak of 12%, 13%, 14%. It is not true. Kenya right now is at 8.83% as per that report. If it has increased, then it's over the last 1 year, and I don't think it can increase by a significant proportion. Honorable Speaker, I start pessimistically because we need to improve on the forest cover. And this particular legislation, the legislative proposal, comes in to support that particular intervention. Honorable Speaker, we have that 8.8 million hectares of graded land. The initiative mentioned in this particular legislation are going to help a great deal in enabling Kenyans and even foreigners who can invest in Kenya to try and reduce the degraded land, because degraded land means land that you cannot use for anything else. We need to encourage people, we need to give them the incentive to be able to do that. Environmental conservation is key to sustaining and protecting the diversity of our species. This country does not enjoys a wide variety of diversity because we have quite a number of agroecologies. We start all the way from the high altitude to the lowest altitude, even to desert. And that way we are able to have many different varieties of trees, many different species of plants, fauna and flora that we can preserve in this particular country. And improving and increasing diversity is key in terms of enabling a country to have better environment and therefore to be able to benefit from the variety of the environment. Honourable Speaker, the bill proposes several initiatives in form of institutions and in form of functions. It is proposes coming up with a professional service within the forest management system. Professionalizing an institution, a sector like forestry is key so that we may be able to have professionals growing in this particular area. Honourable Speaker, forestry used to be offered as a unit or a course within the Kenyan education system. And the growth of this particular domain has not been significant. It has not been immense. It's an area that we need to focus on so that we may be able to develop more professionals. And this particular provision within this legislation is going to help us a great deal in improving on the scope of the professionals that we can develop and therefore the domain that they can come up with. Honourable Speaker, I have also realized that the legislative proposal comes in with the Kenya Forest Academy. Kenya Forest Academy is another form of specialization. It's creating an opportunity for us Kenyans and for the future generations of this particular country to know and to innovate, to dive deeper, to get to know what other species, what different types of species of trees, what different types of bushes can grow in this particular country. And this creates opportunities for Kenyans and even for other people who might come to live in Kenya to be able to have different species to apply. What I've noted with a lot of interest on our speaker is the incentive. Incentivizing those who want to create their own forest, those who want to create woodlands, those who want to create conservation areas. If you look at most of the areas that we have recreational facilities, people move into a semi-desert, semi-arid area and create a recreational facility and they build a microclimate of trees. They bring in trees from different parts of this country and they grow them there. What that tells us is that this country of ours is God-blessed to the extent that we can grow most of the species across the various agroecologies. This has enabled creation of microclimates. And this microclimate tells us that it is possible to create woodlots or forests. And the incentive to have, to enable people to basically develop or improve on carbon sinks is very key, and there's a provision in this particular bill. Ecological goods, Honourable Speaker, are natural, they are long-term, and they are also very or extremely localized. Ecological goods cannot be enjoyed across a wide area. So we have specificity in terms of the ecology, and therefore we can be able to improve on this. This incentive is going to be useful in terms of developing, capturing most of the area in this particular country that may require us to a forest. Honourable Speaker, if we look at the amount of forest we have 2.1 million hectares of forest. So of woodlands. We need to increase more of woodland. We need more of wood. Trees relate very closely with rainfall. The more forest we have, the more rain we get from a given area. Honourable Speaker, we also need to transform the 24.8 million hectares of bushland into woodlots, which is possible. And to do this, we need a legislative like the one we are discussing today. The most interesting thing that I found in this particular legislative proposal, Honourable Speaker, is the possibility to have innovative rights and benefits from the innovations. Kenyans are being given an opportunity to innovate, to come up with species that can do well in various areas, and therefore they can be paid intellectual properties. This is key because it will enable scientists to delve into this particular area and produce species that can do better in certain areas.
These species can be produced in different ways. And that is why enhancing the capacity of the research institute, the Kenya Forestry and Research Institute, is key in the sense that it will help this particular institute to diversify in terms of the varieties, in terms of the species of trees that they are going to be providing for different areas of this particular country, and in terms of also on the ecological locality matching, where we shall produce different species to promote afforestation in different areas. Honourable Speaker, I have specifically looked at the penalties because we have been having forest destruction, felling of trees indiscriminately and sometimes without managing the harvesting part of it. We clear bushes, we fell down trees, sometimes people burn charcoal and so on and so forth. The penalties that have been specified in this particular legislation are key. And we would like the Kenyans to understand that felling trees is not going to be abandoned going forward when this particular legislation becomes law. It is important to realize that we need to manage our forest. It's called harvesting. It's not really felling, cutting trees down and making sure that we create species. Honourable Speaker, there has been an afforestation approach that has really borne fruits for this particular country. The one that people are given a piece of land in a forested area, they plant trees and grow these trees as they also grow the crops. And within maybe 2 or 3 seasons, they abandon that area and go to another place. And it has worked very well. This is something that is community-based. It encourages engagement of the people. And it can help a great deal if it is promoted to be able to grow more trees in these particular countries. So, Honourable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I support this legislation, the legislative proposal. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable Member for Buri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, sorry. Today you are wearing green. Green is another party which is coming, but you are not.
Green is for the forest.
Green is for the forest. I want to thank you, Madam, for giving me this opportunity. Let me say, this man talking, Rendikiri, grew up from the benefit of the forest. My late father was a sawmiller and the founder of timber industry in Meru County. He started 3 forest stations and was pioneers of afforestation in Meru County. The importance of forests and forestry in this country should be given a lot of prominence. I say so because, Madam Speaker, through forestry, we have the economy. Through forestry, Madam Speaker, we have the advantage of the climate. I'm not forgetting that we are part of the global concern of climate. And our president, His Excellency the President, has been nominated as a champion of climate change in Africa. Madam Speaker, this bill comes the right time. Madam Speaker, yesterday I had a meeting with one of the largest CFAs, and one of the concerns is conservation. And not only conservation, but also sustainability. Because, Madam Speaker, the kind of trees now we are planting, the exotic trees, and they have the traditional trees and the modern trees, some of them are not able to sustain the area for a long time. Madam Speaker, we have so many areas now who have no water because the climate has changed because of environmental degradation. And this is a global concern. Madam Speaker, just like other speakers have said, there is a lot of biodiversity economy in our forests. And we cannot really be proud of that. As I said, I grew up from my forest economy. My father was a logger, and the family continued to do the same business. But also, Madam Speaker, forests have helped us in terms of soil conservation. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are some forests which have cultural and social values. If you go to central Kenya and even go to west Kenya, you find some forests are traditional and have some traditional and cultural values. And this is very important in terms of conservation of our culture. The same thing goes to improvement of the air. But that's not the important thing, Madam Speaker. This bill brings in the regulation. And this is one of the things that really has been missing, the gap. Because what we have been having is Kenya Forestry Services. And the Kenya Forestry Services have been focusing more on guarding the forests. And that's why you find the biggest business is the rangers. And what the rangers do, they carry guns. And many of them have no clue of what conservation is. Because conservation is preserving what we have and enhancing what we have. And then sustainability is ensuring that whatever is there is sustained for a long time. So the regulator is coming in handy because now they'll be able to look at various aspects of what the economy that comes with forestry is bringing. One, Madam Speaker, is research, which I don't want to belabor more. Madam Speaker, where I come from a transition area. Mount Kenya on the upper side, and then we have at the middle a leeward area, which is more like northeastern, and then you jump, and then you start now the semi-arid area. Madam Speaker, the problem that we have been having, we have forest, and then no forest, and then you start having the shrubs. But if we have an institution that is purely focusing on seriously on research and development, we'll be able to develop 3 species which can be transplanted into other areas, not only the forest. What the government is doing now is to try to plant as many trees as possible within the existing forest areas. But now we need to move into the rural areas. Madam Speaker, there are areas like the hills, water catchment areas. Madam Speaker, there are trees that need to be developed for those areas. There are trees that do very well in arid areas. Because, Madam Speaker, the known forests around Mount Kenya, Mount Elgon, in Kakamega, they are going to go if this climate problem continues. So we need to start developing new species of trees that can sustain the encroachment of the climate, degradation, and then we have to develop another forestry cover. Madam Speaker, the issue of funding is very important. And this bill is bringing that issue and element of funding, which is very, very important. Madam Speaker, the issue of training. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity of meeting some people during the Africa Urban Forum last week. And when I met this person, he was telling us there are people who specialize on climate with the urban poor. This is an emerging concept of coming up with climate resilient activities within the urban sectors. It's something that I find very, very important. And now with the enhanced training and research, I see something now coming up through this bill. Madam Speaker, we cannot really put our hands down. This I see as attracting a lot of investors, a lot of interested parties. Madam Speaker, we have so many people out there who would like to partner with an organized institution, with an organized structure. We have NGOs that are focusing on climate change and specifically on tree growing, because we no longer speak about tree planting. We are talking about tree growing. With now the regulator focusing and coming up with new ways of doing things, I see even coming up with forest in the rural areas in terms of fruits, because we have avoided that for a long time. So with the research and the trainings, I find we are wasting a lot of resources. We have so many graduates as police rangers in the forest. And some of these ones have gone to university, they have studied agriculture, they have studied forestry, they have done science-related concept on forestry. So I think this bill is coming in the hand way, the right time. We need to support it. We need to empower the academy. We need to empower the regulator. We need to start specializations. I like the area of penalties. Before I finish, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, we had a very serious argument with the CFA of, is called Kamoro in Meru Bori constituency. One of the things that we saw is a lot of cutting of trees, logging, illegal logging, even logging in areas they are not supposed to do. These penalties will come handy, and they are going to prevent a lot of distractions. So, Madam Speaker, with those few ones, I support and ask all the members not only to support this bill, to be part of the tree growing. Each member of parliament here to go back to where we come from and we start growing trees. And specifically, we grow fruit trees for our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Wajir North, Sanei.
Madam Speaker, forests are our environmental asset. They are the refuge, homes for our flora and fauna, and even human beings. Forests offer livelihoods to both animals and human beings. Forests, they are the signature of our diversity. In them, you find the bounties of nature. It's not a one tree. It is a composition of many different species, Madam Speaker. Forests are sources of water. They are rainmakers, indeed. From them flow the fountains of all forms of water, rivers that provide us with life. Madam Speaker, forests are the source, are indeed the sink of carbon, the biggest nuisance today globally to what we call climate change. They are the ones required to absorb the carbon so that we are safe on planet Earth. Without forest, then all other problems follow. Madam Speaker, forests are the generator of of health indeed. Without forest, we will not be healthy. And the management and the conservation of all of forest means trying to fortify all those utilities we get from forests. It's about sustainable management, not managing it for today, but for posterity. Why should we do that? Because at the rate things have been going, the rate of desertification, the rate of deforestation, illegal logging, all kinds of negative anthropogenic activities have to be maintained and managed. And conservation, for that matter now, means at least a planned use, protection, and preservation. Preservation bringing in the aspect of wise use of our natural resources. Using it today and making sure that whatever we are using is available for generations to come, a sustainable basis. Madam Speaker, the bill from the outset brings in the devolution of forestry in Kenya Forest Service. That is in sync, in consonance with our constitution, that there is a devolved component of the Kenya Forest Services. So that in itself makes what was existing to be in tandem with our constitutional order. Madam Speaker, it also uplifts our legal framework from where it was to an international level, so that it is at par with all the international practices. So it uplifts the legal framework, our local legal framework, Madam Speaker. One important thing that it brings to the fore is the classification of forests from public, private, and community forests. That means with devolution, there should be community forests. And I love that because it brings public participation into in forestry. Madam Speaker, it brings reforms in institutions. It has proposed the creation of Forest Regulatory Directorate, which is concerned with the standards, and Kenya Forest Academy for training, specialized training, and for refresher courses. Madam Speaker, in ourselves, it has brought in the aspect of dryland forestry. Forests are not only in the high altitude areas. Bushlands, woodlands are also part and parcel of our forests. So by harvesting water and making sure that there is forestry in the ourselves, drylands, that is a welcome move, Madam Speaker. It brings the aspect of enforcement very well. Kenya Forest Service warders have been transformed to a disciplined force, a disciplined team, uniformed and disciplined, meaning they shall be enforcing. They shall not just be watchers. They will not just be like security guards as it was, but now they will have that further teeth to enforce, the muscle to enforce that which is within, under their mandate, under the armpit of Kenya Forest Services. Madam Speaker, the legal framework for managing carbon trade has been brought in. Initially, it was haphazard. You could hear some communities have earned from carbon trade. There was no way, there's no legal framework for that kind of thing. This amendment brings in the legal framework to make sure that carbon trade is being managed. Furthermore, it brings the easements. There has been cases of where forest land has just been interfered with. A lot of complaints, hue and cry about what belonged to Kenya Forest Services being exercised. Now, it allows a way to make sure that there are easements in case there is need for public utilities, be they roads, other infrastructure for public good, not against conservation and management of our forest. Madam Speaker, it also brings in that aspect of managing fragile ecosystems. Ecosystems that are fragile, sensitive, that need to be taken care of. Any move to exploit such ecosystems will be so disastrous. So to make sure that they are not disturbed, this bill accommodates and takes notes of sensitive, fragile ecosystems that needs very serious care. And that brings in the work of the Kenya Forestry Institute that is concerned with making sure that indigenous forests, we have had issues where some particular trees were being brought to the country and they have colonized and taken over rangelands, grazing areas, to the detriment of other growths, other trees. With this amendment, there is need to make sure that our native trees, indigenous woodlands, are protected. And with those few contributions, it is a very comprehensive amendment bill I entirely support. Thank you.
Very well. Omanyo, member for Busia.
Madam Speaker, I'm waiting to comment on my committee report.
Okay, not on this?
Nope.
Honorable member for Turkana Central.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I want to make contribution on this bill, amendment bill. Although sometimes people confuse Turkana not to have a forest. We have Loima Forest in Loima constituency. Madam Speaker, this 13th Parliament, if I may start, has done a lot on climate change. And if I take record, this could be the third amendment we are introducing to support issues on climate change. Madam Speaker, you recall when Kenya was just given chairmanship to champion issues of climate change, and our president was nominated for that task, we had to amend the Climate Change Act in 2023. And that act brought in the issue of Kenya National Carbon Registry. Madam Speaker, as at now, we are optimistic that by 2032, we will be able to plant 15 billion trees. And this bill is in support of the same. Another amendment we introduced into the Climate Change Amendment Act 2023 is the issue of environmental bonds. Sorry, not on the Climate Change Act, but on the Mining Amendment Act of 2025, which was actually a Senate bill. Madam Speaker, when we talk about issues of forest conservation and management, what comes into mind is how these forests are managed and how these forests can bring an economic advantage to our country. For example, when you look at the bill, the introduction of the Office of Director Forest Regulation, we are regulating water. Now we are also regulating issues to do with forestry. We are also regulating issues of climate change. And we have a registry, a carbon credit bond registry on the same. Madam Speaker, this is a plus to issues of forestry, conservation and management. And compliance is very important. And when they are planning to introduce the ununiformed, plainclothes forest guards or forest wardens, it is a plus because we have seen it successful even in Kenya Wildlife Service. And if we are also introducing it here, it is a plus, and issues of compliance will actually be successful. Madam Speaker, licensing. There is an hazard way of logging in this country. And if licensing will be controlled, and even certification is going to be controlled, Madam Speaker, we will be into the right trajectory as a country. And therefore, when the issue of the National Forestry Registry comes into mind, I am optimistic that those who will get into the rangelands and plant trees and form some microclimate or microcatchment areas in these areas, the dryland areas of our country, and get paid, get into the registry and get something in return in terms of the goods and the services maybe they will be offering. Even this dream of 15 billion trees will be realized. And therefore, Madam Speaker, what I'm left with is how forestry and climate change, in terms of the carbon credits and in terms of the forestry registry, will contribute to our GDP. The issue about carbon credit bonds if an evaluation is going to be carried out in tandem with the issues on forestry, I will say Kenya, in terms of forestry, will be contributing to our GDP immensely. Because when you look at how our GDP is reported, nothing at all is recorded on forest as an economic base for this country. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the bill in itself is enhancing forestry conservation and management, especially when you look at the parent act or the existing act on forest conservation and management of 2016. You will realize that, Madam Speaker, concessions, which is guaranteed, is a dream that this country needs to exercise or to implement, because all our forests are owned by government, but there is nothing out of it that we are able to achieve. And therefore, if this bill will help us unlock that potential, that will be a great contribution to this country. I submit, Madam Speaker, and thank you.
Very well. Member for Igembe South, Honorable John Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill has come at the right time when this country is suffering shortage of water, shortage of indigenous trees, Madam Speaker, and livelihood, Madam Speaker. Because for some years now, Madam Speaker, we have suffered a lack of rainfall. And through the forest, Madam Speaker, they help in conserving the environment and improving on the climate, Madam Speaker. So it is a good bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this law also will help the governance of the Kenya Forest Service, the county government management, and the community, Madam Speaker, on how the governance of the forest will work, Madam Speaker, because for some years now, the management of forest, Madam Speaker, has been centralized at the national level. But through this law, it will help on the policies which are supposed to be undertaken by the county government and the actions which are supposed to be taken by the community, Madam Speaker. Also, the permit which are being issued to the community, Madam Speaker, will be near, or they will bring the service near to the community, Madam Speaker. So for one to get a permit, Madam Speaker, that person will not be required to travel far to get the permit, since this will be done at the county level. Madam Speaker, also, the community have suffered, whereby the community who takes care of a forest does not benefit from the benefit which are gotten from that forest. For example, this law will improve on the benefit which the community are supposed to get, like carbon credit. The carbon credit, Madam Speaker, the people who are currently benefiting are the investors. The people in Nairobi are the people who are benefiting from the carbon credit. But the people who take care of the forest, Madam Speaker, does not benefit at all from the credit finance, which normally are given to benefit the community. So this law, Madam Speaker, will make it clear how people are supposed to benefit, the share which they are supposed to get, the share which the county is supposed to get, and the share which the national government is supposed to get. Madam Speaker, also, this law is encouraging the agroforestry, whereby the community or the private people can plant the trees, Madam Speaker. This will help in improving the tree cover, because in Kenya, last time when I was school, Madam Speaker, I learned that in Kenya the forest cover was only 3%, but now it is improving through the initiative of the government encouraging people to plant trees, and this bill also is doing the same, whereby the private people are being encouraged to plant trees because there is benefit from there. And the trees, Madam Speaker, in this case, they are the fruit trees which can benefit the people directly through getting food from there, or even the animal feed which they can get from the forest, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, this law or this bill is targeting the academy, whereby the KFS or the Kenya Forest Service officers can go and get the late or the current advancement on how to man the forest, on how to collaborate with the people. Because, Madam Speaker, the people of this republic have suffered a lot from the officers from KFS, whereby people are intimidated, but through the academy, the officers will be professional because of the training which they will undergo in this academy, Madam Speaker. So generally, this bill is a good bill, and it has come the right time, Madam Speaker, whereby it is recognizing that the county government and the role the county government is supposed to play, and the role which the community is supposed to play on the conservation of the forest. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to support.
Member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I was waiting to speak on the next bill, but let me begin by appreciating the importance of forest conservation and management, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, forest management or conservation has got so many ecological, economical, social, and health benefits in our society because it is forest that support biodiversity. Forest conservation regulates water cycles, and also it helps, of course, combat the issues of climate change, Madam Speaker. And more importantly, Madam Speaker, forest conservation purifies water systems, which is a very important aspect in our lives. Madam Speaker, the bill's main objective is actually seeking to establish a legal framework relating to forest management, which is supposed to be in tandem with the modern realities we are experiencing currently during this climate change. Madam Speaker, I've just quickly gone through the bill, and Clause 6 is very interesting because it's talking about promotion of efficient water harvesting. It has been raining in Kenya throughout, and we must be very lucky. There are countries like Israel, which actually, Madam Speaker, receives rain once a year. but we have got 2 rain patterns almost everywhere in this country. But most of the water we get just service water and just runs up to Indian Ocean, and there is no actually benefits when it comes to issues of harvesting it. Madam Speaker, we need to emphasize on issues of efficient water harvesting and management technologies for us actually to benefit in terms of rain-fed agriculture, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been relying our agriculture too much on rain-fed agriculture, and it is high time we start harvesting water so that we can cure the perennial challenge of food insecurity we have in the country if we are going to harvest water efficiently. Klaus Poh has also provided the headquarters. We've never actually known where the Kenya Forest headquarters are. Most of the time people assume it's in Nairobi, but I've seen the bill as now specifically designated Kiambu County, or rather Kiambu as the headquarters of this new forestry services, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Clause 6 also has developed agroforestry and commercial forestry in private and community land, providing the issues of private land ownership and also community land ownership. And it is very clear we have to come up with a strategy that will help in conserving our environment. The bill has also empowered Cabinet Secretary to handle the issues of the officers, and it will bring the discipline and harmony in these issues of managing the forestry. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to see establishment of Kenya Forest Academy. Of course, it is going to have a lot of benefits because most of the engineers, most of the officers will get training, proper training in terms of the issues of forestry management. This academy also will also help our country in research, matters of research, and we will be able to actually adequately manage our forestry the way we are supposed to do it. There will be additional functions of county governments because counties have been following our regulations. When Mr. President declared we are going to plant 10 million trees, counties had no additional functions on that. And it is high time the counties also start realizing we need to protect environment and forestry together, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of our people. With those few remarks, I support, and this is a very important bill. We cannot exhaustively talk about it. I'm happy we are going to introduce the issues of penalty for the offenses of exporting or importing a forest product that is prohibited in our country, and many other issues. With those few remarks, I fully support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Ntwiga, member for Chuka Igambangombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset I started to support this bill. I come from a constituency that borders Mount Kenya Forest, and we have Mount Kenya Forest covering the whole hedge of my constituency, Madam Speaker. About 10 years ago, some politicians from our place got into the forest and cut trees almost in the whole forest. And we missed lane in the Rakanidi for almost 3 years. And people really saw that forest blinks lane, because when we stood our ground and stopped the deforestation, we are now getting enough lane in the Rakanidi. Madam Speaker, looking at Kenya today with a 3% forest cover, the biggest challenge is we have relied on the normal forest, and we have ignored the dryland forest, because Kenya, 3/4 of this country is semi-arid. And what can help us is having species of trees that can dwell in those semi-arid places. For example, if I give an example of the Rakanidi, a third of the Rakanidi is very arable. but 3/4 is semi-arid. So if we rely just on Mount Kenya forest, Madam Speaker, then it means that we'll be relying on a very small forest cover. So we need to improve on dryland forestry. So that if you look at areas like the whole of Northeast and many places of this country are dry. So we can't only rely on the normal forest. Madam Speaker, we have another threat in our forest, and that is deforestation by tea companies. Tea companies take so much of our forest cover. If you go in our place, lorries every day culling trees for burners to process tea. I hope the tea industry can get another formula instead of deforestation, because they really require too much timber, and I don't see the tea companies planting trees as a CSR. So, Madam Speaker, that's a major challenge we have in our forest. And secondly, in our place, it's charcoal burning, like in the lower part of the Rakanidi. That's something that really needs to be added now that the county government is getting powers over these forests. That's a matter that the county government needs to add very seriously, Madam Speaker. Most of the times, the biggest challenge of our forests, the biggest enemy is still the officers of KFS. Because in like our place, you can't get to Mount Kenya Forest and cut trees unless through assistance of the Kenya Forest Services officers. So the ministry needs to be very careful, because the enemy is within. Those who are doing logging for charcoal burning, they are being assisted by KFS offices. So it's something that really needs to be taken as a serious matter, and the ministry needs to handle their own officers, because their own officers have, instead of taking care of the forest, they have become the greatest threat to forest cover in this country. Madam Speaker, also, as we have an academy, we need a lot of research in this country so that we can know which trees does well where. I've seen many county governments planting trees along the road, but like I saw Melu, I saw Laikipia, but if you see the kind of trees they are planting, you can tell that these are not trees that will do well in that place. So we need a lot of research through that, the proposed academy, so that people, even as people plant trees, you know which kind of trees you are planting where, Madam Speaker, so that we can have the whole country improving on the forest cover. Madam Speaker, even as we give more powers to the county government on matters forest, it's something that we should do so with a bit of caution, because we all know what happens in county government, and we all know what they're able to do and what they can do. So we might give so much power, and then finally we find like we made a mistake. Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. The forest cover of a country can determine the economy of a country, because with knowledge, even if we do so many things, the economy cannot grow. So this is a very important bill, Madam Speaker. And I'm also urging that we start issues of tree planting from children at an early age. I've tried using primary school children in tree planting, and I found they are very effective in tree planting. So that's something that we really need to take as a country, that we train our children from the word go, that forest cover is life and trees are life. Madam Speaker, I support.
Member for Magarini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 96. I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But you will.
Yes, honorable members, Standing Order 96 is on adjournment of debate. So it is assented to. So this debate shall continue in the next appointed time. But for now, we will put it at rest at this point. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. 7th report on the audited accounts of various state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, this motion had been effectively moved and debate started. But from my panel, I don't see any member interested to speak to it. Honorable Mogaka, why are you raising your hand? Where is your card, Honorable Member? You have the microphone next to you.
Yes, I'll ask my next of kin where my card is.
Yes.
But I have to confess I don't have it.
That is okay. Are you intending to speak to this?
Yes, if you permit.
Please do.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sit in the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. I need protection from Honorable
Wamboka. Honorable Mogaka, we are on order number 10.
Yes.
Led by the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education.
I stand myself down because I'm harassed by Honorable Wamboka. I was declaring the
You
committee
stand
I
yourself
sit
down because you are speaking to the wrong order. But it is well noted. Honorable members, there being no more interest on this matter, I will call the chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the members that contributed on this motion, without which we will not be here, Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank members of my committee, led by myself, Vice Chair, the Clerk, Secretariat, led by Lead Clerk, Madam Ruth. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Njoroge, for facilitating and making sure that we do our work of the committees. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it is incumbent on all public officers to spend resources in a manner as stipulated in the law. And Honorable Speaker, to audit committees of this House, Honorable Speaker, have a big task to ensure that public resources are spent well, Honorable Speaker. We are not only watchdogs, Honorable Speaker, but we are dogs that have teeth and we bite where necessary, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that public officers spend finances of the public prudently, Honorable Speaker. It is not easy to do this work, Honorable Speaker. I will take one example of National Cohesion and Integration Commission, Honorable Speaker. We need to relook at the law, Honorable Speaker, especially on our commissions, because most of these commissioners are actually executive in nature. And most of them, Honorable Speaker, would want to find any flimsy excuse to avoid audit, Honorable Speaker. NCIC commissioners, the one that lapsed, the one Honorable Ichungwa has been reprimanding in this House, and indeed all of us, Honorable Speaker, in this House, that they eat a lot of money and they do nothing, Honorable Speaker. We called these commissioners to come and attend audit, Honorable Speaker, to be asked questions. They refused to come, Honorable Speaker. And now we are invoking standing orders of this House, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that they come and face the audit, Honorable Speaker. Some of them go to an extent of even trying to twist the committee members, Honorable Speaker. Some even go to an extent of using some members to try and intimidate the committee members and the committee, therefore, Mr. Speaker. But I want to thank the Speaker of this House and the clerk for staying firm, because indeed it's not easy, Madam Speaker, to be in this space of audit. It's not easy. For example, just to take members through, Honorable Speaker, the commissioners of the NCIC, Honorable Speaker, they overspend 132 million unauthorized, Honorable Speaker. Monies which they don't want to come and face accountability, Honorable Speaker. So we want to thank all members of this House, Honorable Speaker, and promise the House that as members of Public Investment Committee, we are going to do all that is within, Honorable Speaker, our purview to ensure that everybody is brought under audit. Another example, Honorable Speaker, is the same NCIC. They overspend the domestic and foreign travel by 112 million, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, they overspend, they had a contract for painting services. They overspent by 7.5 million. Honorable Speaker, the office maintenance, they had a contract for repair of 921, which overshot, Honorable Speaker, to 11 million without any approvals, Honorable Speaker. We are saying that all those charged with the responsibility of ensuring that finances are spent well must and will be forced to ensure that all that is done and spent well, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank the Chair. I want to thank the Speaker. And I want to thank all the members for having contributed on this motion. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to move. Asante sana.
You reply? Very well. Honorable members, I shall defer the putting of question on this. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture, are you in the House? If you're not, we shall defer that order. Are you? Yes, Honorable Mogaka.
Madam Speaker, Order 11 is a very critical order, particularly for the tea growing areas of this country. I want to inquire from you, Madam Speaker, whether House leadership is taking the tea growers in this country seriously when an order of this nature has to be stood down for lack of a chair or anybody to move. I do consider this a slap on the face of the tea farmers. I come from the tea growing areas
Honorable
of this
Mogaka,
country.
kindly do not debate. Do not debate because Honorable Mogaka, you yourself, you just walked into this house less than 30 minutes ago and I'm sitting right here. So I said that to be fair to the Honorable member. But the Speaker has already directed on the order and it shall be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, sixth report on the audited accounts for the stores and services fund and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Honorable Kivas, you're the one moving?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the sixth report of the Special Fund Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statements for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2021, 2020/2021 and 2021/2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020/2021 and 2021/2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7 December 2023. Honorable Speaker, in examining the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund and Occupational Safety and Health Fund, the committee received oral and written submissions from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Works, as well as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Labor and Social Protection, to consider the audited financial statements for the Stores and Services Fund and Occupational Safety and Health Fund, respectively, for the financial years 2020/2021 to 2021/2022. The submissions formed the basis of the committee's observations, findings, and recommendations. Honorable Speaker, in preparing this report, the committee relied on the constitutional and legal provisions of Public Finance Management Act 2012 and other enabling legislations as a basis for inviting the accounting officers of the Stores and Services Fund and Occupational Safety and Health Fund to respond to issues raised by the Auditor General, to come up with general recommendations geared towards effective management and operations of the funds, as well as improved accountability and financial reporting. Honorable Speaker, following the examination of the audited reports, the committee made the following 4 general observations and recommendations, which apply across the 2 financial years for both funds. First observation on lack of underlying records and approved budget. The Stores and Services Fund did not provide for audit review the underlying records used to prepare the financial statements by way of approved budget and trial balance. In addition, the financial statements presented for audit did not include the statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts, contrary to the reporting template issued by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. The committee therefore recommends that the Auditor General to receive, verify, and confirm whether the statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts are included in the financial statements in compliance with the requirements of the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board guidelines during the audit for the financial year 2022/2023. The accounting officer also to ensure the timely submission of accounting documentation required for audit verification during the audit as per the provisions of Section 6G(I) and Section 2H of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Regulation 31, subsection 2 of Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. As well, the accounting officer to ensure that all applicable accounting and financial controls, systems, standards, laws, and procedures are followed in the preparation of the financial statements in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the standards prescribed by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board as per the Regulation 104, Subarticle 4 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2012. Second observation on unsupported inventories balance. The committee observed that the inventory balance of Kenya shillings 197,048,168 on the Stores and Services Fund remained the same over the years. However, no supporting documents were provided for audit, including stock take schedules for the inventories balance and stock ledgers. The committee therefore recommends that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer to provide the stock take schedules for the inventory balance as well as stock ledgers to the Auditors General for audit verification. The accounting officer to ensure there are proper control systems to eliminate theft, losses, wastage, and misuse of the fund's assets in compliance with Regulation 139 of the PFM National Government Regulations 2012. Third observation is on irregular issue of multiple imprests. The committee observed that the expenditure records on the Occupational Safety and Fund indicated that new imprests totaling to Kenya shillings 675,200 were issued to officers who had not surrendered previous imprests. Consequently, the management was in breach of Regulation 92.4B of the Public Finance Management Act, National Government Regulations 2015, which prohibits the issue of new impress to persons that have not surrendered once. The committee recommends that the accounting officer ensures that Regulation 93 Part 4B of Public Finance Management Act, National Government Regulations 2015 is always complied with when issuing temporarily impress. Finally, on ineffective audit committee observation, the committee observed that the Stores and Services Fund records revealed that the audit committee of the State Department for Public Works met only twice during the year under review. This was contrary to Regulation 179I of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, which requires the committee to meet at least once every 3 months. The committee therefore recommends that the accounting officer ensures compliance with the Regulations 179I of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulation 2015, which requires that the audit committee meets at least once every 3 months. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I wish to register my appreciation to the officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly, the honorable members of the committee, the parliamentary liaison officers of the Auditor General, the National Treasury, and the committee secretariat for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of this report possible. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and now request Honorable Eva Obara, member of Kabondo Kaspul, to second this motion. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Obara. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this House adopts the 6th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial statement for the Stores and Services Fund and Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, upon the audited financial statements of the Stores and Services and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial year 2020 and 2021 and 2021-2022, the committee made specific observations and recommendations to each audit query as contained in the report. Honorable Speaker, the Stores and Services Fund plays a significant role in supporting government supply operations through provisions of stores, goods, and related services to the public institutions. Further, the Occupational Safety and Health Fund plays an equally important role in promoting safe workplaces, enforcing occupational safety and standards, and supporting labor welfare programs. Therefore, effective management of both funds is necessary to ensure prudent use of public resources, strengthen accountability and transparency, and enhance service delivery to the citizens. Honorable Speaker, the observations that have been highlighted by the mover reflects a pattern of inadequate financial control, poor documentation practices, and insufficient oversight that, if left unaddressed, undermines the principle of accountability, transparency, and value for money on the management of public resources. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations of the committee are clear and time-bound, calling upon the accounting officers to remedy these deficiencies within the defined timelines and to ensure full compliance and applicable laws, regulations, and financial reporting standards. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I second the motion and urge all honorable members to adopt the committee's report. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members, I therefore propose the question that this House adopts the 6th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statements for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Ngusia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity again. Just what few remarks. Madam Speaker, I sit in Special Funds Committee, and of course, the PS and the CEO appeared before the committee to introduce the evidence. Madam Speaker, the movers just moved, and let me begin by saying that overall, all the funds we have audited so far, there is serious lack of records and approved budgets in most instances, Madam Speaker. We need to take this matter seriously, because every time there has been either under budgeting or over budgeting, sometimes without the authority or the approval from the relevant authorities, Madam Speaker. And this fund is very important when it comes to issues of supplies in our public institution, Madam Speaker. There was also unsupported inventories balances most of the time. A figure of 197 million is a lot of money, Madam Speaker. And if there are no records records are not produced in time to the auditor, it should automatically amount to a modified opinion. And that is why we need seriousness, and also to make sure, because most of these public institutions are fully and adequately supplied by qualified staff, they need to take the management of records and inventories seriously, Madam Speaker. There was also an element of irregular issue of multiple interest. Most of the staff, they just file interest, they just go and they get interest, but there are no supporting documents to explain why they warranted to receive interest. And this is a serious issue that needs to be controlled. If we are sure we are going to ensure the value for money in our public institutions. And also, there was also an effective audit committee. Audit committee, especially the internal committee, is very crucial when it comes to issues of managing internal control systems, or rather implementing the safety measures that are supposed to be instituted by the institutions to make sure proper and efficient utilization of the public resources are done. Madam Speaker, those are some of the issues we need to do to make sure these funds is adequately, or rather efficiently used to ensure there is value for money, and to ensure the 3 E's in public management sector, Madam Speaker. We recommended that most of these irregularities which resulted to modified opinion should be rectified within 3 months across. So it is upon the Committee on Implementation to make sure these issues are properly and adequately addressed to ensure there is sanity in terms of the funds management. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support this report.
Very well. Honorable Member for Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Mine is just a general comment. Having listened to Honorable Guna and the chair of the committee, and I listened to the chair of the Central Fund when he was talking, it seems like it's a major problem across our parastatals and government institutions of spending money without approvals. It seems like a disease that is all of, because the complaint is the same, that they overspent without approval, they shot above their budget. So it seems like a serious matter that this house needs to look at, because we can't have government officers who don't follow the law when it comes to spending. And we know as a country we are going through hard economic times. And when we sit here to look at reports where people are spending money without following any law, and they are spending government money without any approvals, and we are the house that allocate money, we are the house that appropriate budget, it's a matter that we need to take very seriously as a house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Naomi Wako. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion, which is very important. Motion on the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund and for the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial year 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, we have received several reports in this House, but looking at the report and the time, the duration, this has captured just about two years, which is not too bad. And having reported to this House, with all the observation, I want to congratulate the committee members. Honorable Speaker, these funds provide significant advantages by creating structured financial approach to safety and directly reduces workplace incidences. This is very, very relevant to any workplace because of what it does. But when you listen to the report, Honorable Speaker, lack of records. The chair said that they observed lack of records of audited reports. This is very unfortunate because if those reports are not there, you cannot know what has been happening in the past. And again, if we want proper accountability to be done, all the past records must be there and also proper planning must be there. That also shows that there is the gap of accountability and proper stewardship. Honorable Speaker, these funds belong to the citizens and we must take care of these funds. And so in their recommendation, we must have the right people in the offices so that they can do their reports, they can be accountable for any gap, and also provide the reports and submit the reports on time. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support and congratulate the committee. Thank you. Honorable Manyo, are you on this one? Because I don't see you on my screen. You had indicated you are waiting for it.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am a member of this committee, and we had a few observations to make that are very critical to the running of our public institutions. Delays in payment of interests. Many of the public offices, according to the auditor's recommendations, they delay to submit their accounts report, and when asked why, they seem to not even have receipts or documents that are needed, and they ask for more time. Our questions were, why should anybody purchase anything, even if it's petty things? We have petty cash to be spent, yes, but you always record somewhere and you always demand for receipts. This is not money from an individual's pocket. It is public funds. However little, it has to always be accountable. So we noticed that many institutions suffer financial misappropriation because when you lack documents, it means you have created an avenue for fraud, for corruption. And it gives the auditors hard time to finish their work. And then this also, we notice that if money is delayed to be released, the exchequer is delayed to be released from the treasury, it stalls operation. Most of the projects, especially in the counties, are not being done. They are stalling because of delays of releasing of these funds, especially healthcare. And that is why we see every time doctors, nurses on strike, and essential things like water. Pending bills, we were concerned if every institution has a budget, you tick the boxes as you buy what you have already budgeted for. Why do we have pending bills if we budget? Why do we even budget then? So delayed surrender and mismanagement was also an observation when the auditor was giving us the report, and it is increasing the burden, especially in the counties. So it is very hard even for the governors to run anything because they inherit a lot of this baggage, the pending bills. So we recommended actually that the accountants in these public offices must be put on spot, especially those who keep lacking essential documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I do not seem to have more requests on this, so I will call on the member for Mboni to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the members who have already supported the bill and made comments. We have listened to the comments, and Madam Speaker, I will say the committee has about 104 special funds that we have been looking at, some having audit reports from 2013 all through to about 2024. And we have realized common mistakes across the funds. One notorious one is lack of presentation of documents required for the financial statements. This has led to the committee thinking about the expertise employed by the funds. And we have made the recommendations to ensure the required documents by the auditors are submitted within the stated times so that reports can be made for us to be able to cross-examine fully and look for value for money which has been appropriated and given to these funds. Madam Speaker, it's a hope of the committee that the recommendations that we have already presented are going to be escalated through the implementation committee and applied so that the other funds which are going to bring forward their audit reports, those mistakes are not reported. And with that, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of question on this motion. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, 10th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022.
Chairperson, decentralized funds. Honorable Mudhoni, are you rising on this? Are you the one to move? Are you the one moving?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion on the 10th report of the Decentralized Accounts Committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that this House adopts the 10th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its examination of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. Honorable Speaker, the report entails the constituencies of Raleigh, Rurambi, Embakasi Central, Kilifi North, and Muvita constituencies for the financial years 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, the committee examined a total number of, out of the 30 reports of the audited general spanning from all those years, Honorable Speaker, and the committee made recommendations and observations. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the key observations and findings made by the committee on success projects implemented by the constituencies examined. In Raleigh constituency, Honorable Speaker, the fund supported the construction and renovation of classrooms, security innovations, and ICT hubs. In Rurambi constituency, the fund undertook various education and infrastructure projects. In Embakasi Central constituency, the fund implemented several development initiatives in a densely populated urban setting, among others. In Kilifi North constituency, the fund supported education, security, and community development projects. In Muvita constituency, the fund financed projects in education, security, and social infrastructure, all under which are split in the NGCDF Act. Honorable Speaker, the specific issues that concern and require this House attention, Honorable Speaker. 1, project implementation delays. The committee observed that constituencies experienced significant expenditure resulting on stalled projects. These delays were primarily due to late and perennial exchequer release, which are always delayed from the National Treasury. Then the outstanding land issues, Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that during the period under review, Rurambi and Kilifi North constituencies faced unresolved land matters, especially due to delays in acquisition of the title deeds. The committee therefore recommended that the accounting officers of the board should, upon receipt of the progress, report matters relating to land ownership, follow up with the relevant ministry, and ensure that the constituencies acquire ownership documents, those that are queried. The procurement challenges, the committee observed that there were various procurement challenges faced by several fund managers. The committee recommended that the board, in consultation with the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, should at all times conduct continuous capacity building to all fund account managers to enhance compliance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, and its regulations. Honorable Speaker, the NGCDF remains a cornerstone of grassroots development in this country. The implementation of this report will safeguard these resources, enhance accountability, and ensure that the fund continues to serve the people of Kenya effectively. Honorable Madam Speaker, the recommendation of the committees are aimed at strengthening the governance framework of the fund, ensuring that every shilling allocated to constituencies is used prudently to the benefit of all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee members for their dedication, the office of the Speaker and the clerk for the support accorded to the committee in discharging their mandate. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I would wish to ask Honorable Patrick Monene to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Igambangombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm normally the member for Chuka Igambangombe, Madam Speaker. Igambangombe is one ward.
It's Chuka Igambangombe.
Yes, Igambangombe is one ward. So when you say member for Igambangombe, some people might feel different.
It is on record, member for Chuka Igambangombe.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this House adopt the 10th report of the Decentralized Funds Account Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Lali Constituency, Lulambi Constituency, Embakasi Central Constituency, Kilifi North Constituency, and Muvita Constituency for the financial years 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 2021, and financial year 21-22, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the issues moved by the chairperson as they are the deliberations of the committee. Moreover, I would like to reiterate the following. One, timely disbursement. The National Treasury should ensure timely and adequate disbursement of funds to NGCDF board to prevent the storing of projects and other absorption of budgets. Number two, digitization and automation. The accounting officer should ensure the full digitization and automation of the bonds operations by the head of financial year 25-26 to enhance data accuracy and financial management. And number three, Madam Speaker, capacity building. The NGCDF board should conduct annual sensitization of its staff on IPSES reporting standards to minimize the future audit qualifications. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Very well, honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the 10th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. Honorable Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this motion and also congratulate the committee for tabling this very impressive report. And as I also congratulate all the honorable members because it has clearly, the report has clearly shown that we are accountable and that members of parliament are working very hard and using the funds that have been given to us in a prudent manner. Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Catherine was giving her report, she clearly talked about the success projects.
Honorable Mudhoni.
Mudhoni, yes, Mudhoni.
Yes, it is Dorothy.
Dorothy Mudhoni,
Yes.
yeah. Honorable, sorry, Mheshimiwa, a good friend of mine, Honorable Mudhoni, she clearly indicated and told us about the success stories, which has the capacity to transform this community or our country at large. We have, through NGCDF, the committee has reported on development initiatives that has taken place, support towards education, the many bursaries, the bursaries that we have given to the orphans and the needy children in different communities. Again, the security infrastructure or security or social infrastructure that members of parliament have done in their constituencies. Honorable Speaker, if these funds can be availed on time, then I'm sure great work can be done. Under the challenges again, Honorable Modoni spoke about the installed projects, the delayed exchequer, which is causing the delay of projects that are taking place in different places. Again, the challenges that the project managers are facing under procurement. Honorable Speaker, if the exchequer issue can be solved, then honorable members can be able to prudently use the funds on time and give service to the people who elected us. Billions and billions of money go to the counties, but today many counties cannot account for those billions. But with NGCDF, there's proper accountability and reports are tabled on time and also audited. I would just want to encourage every member to continue doing what we are doing and continue with the same spirit, because I know some members will progress to be governors. Let us continue with that attitude and passion of serving our people so that we can transform their lives in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education, in terms of development. Let us focus and use the money that is or has been placed in our hands so that we can be good stewards. I also agree with all the recommendations that the committee has given and thank the committee members. Thank also Honorable Modoni. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to also make a contribution to the report of this committee to which I belong. Truth be told, Madam Speaker, the most powerful development model for Africa is the NGCDF, because we would not be having schools today if it were not for NGCDF. Our security and the institutions that provide security within our constituencies would be completely deficient were it not for NGCDF. I want to thank my committee, particularly allow me, Madam Speaker, to celebrate the chairman of the Decentralized Funds Committee, Architect Dr. Gideon Muliongi, for navigating the committee to look at audit reports from as far back as the year 2013. And I've seen that committee burn midnight oil to look at audit reports until we are almost current. If I were in a position to recommend a chair of the Decentralized Funds Committee, he truly deserves a head of state commendation. But getting back to the report, Madam Speaker, looking at the audit reports that have been tabled before the committee, we have had clear challenges that the exchequer gets delayed and auditors year after year raise a query on the rate of absorption of NGCDF. Now that Brother Mbadi is at the Treasury, I want to take this opportunity to beseech him to ensure that if there is a fund that must be released timelessly, that fund should be the NGCDF. Because if it were not released in good time, children who are supposed to report to school will find themselves grounded for lack of bursary. And it is therefore critically important that particularly the bursary component of the NGCDF should be released not more than 3 months upon approval by Parliament. of the finance bill of each year. Madam Speaker, I am particularly disturbed that in certain constituencies, fund managers have not been extremely proactive and owned and taken their positions seriously, so much so that time after time we find certain constituencies being profiled as having misallocated funds, as having not accounted to the auditors. May I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to urge the board of NGCDF to inculcate discipline on their fund managers, that whenever an audit is conducted, all the documents sought by the Auditor General should be provided at the time of the audit. It sometimes annoys when fund managers fail to deliver those documents and only come to do so when they are appearing before the committee. Madam Speaker, I will not sit before I celebrate the project management committees of various projects that have been undertaken successfully by NGCDF. If it were not for these project management committees that clearly focus on applying the funds to where they are supposed to be, we would be ending up in pilferage. I do remember a case in point in Bonchari where project money was withdrawn in cash on the authority of the fund manager. And this house must come and weigh in on rogue fund managers who, rather than apply the money to the projects that are approved, divert that money and end up embarrassing the constituency. It is very painful that whenever that happens, it is the area member of parliament that is profiled, that is bastardized, yet a member of parliament has no role to play in the management of the project money. Madam Speaker, I want to thank this committee and celebrate Honorable Mudhoni for moving the motion on behalf of my committee, and I beg to support.
Very well, Member for Baringo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also want to support my friend and Honorable Mudhoni for seconding on behalf of the committee this report on the 10th Decentralization Funds Accounts Committee on audited statement of NGCDF. Madam Speaker, specifically on these constituencies of Lari, Lurambi, Embakasi Central, Kilifi North, and Mvita constituencies for the financial year 2016 up to 2022. Madam Speaker, I must say, as a member of parliament representing a county or a member of county MP, if there's anything apart from our constitutional mandate of oversighting, representing, and legislating, CDF has come in handy to support the work of a member of parliament. And I want to congratulate members of parliament that have shown that these funds meant a lot when specifically engaging the citizens and delivering with the assistance of the fund managers. And case also, Madam Speaker, I have been your high supporter and fan in TikToks and Facebooks, and I watch you when you're launching these projects, and it gives a lot of, a beautiful image that as leaders, we get into that soft belly and touch the lives of people when you are opening new schools and giving quality and dignified education, specifically for primary and secondary schools. As we all know, education is an equalizer, that all of us, in one way or another, it is education that made us be able to interact in the world today. Madam Speaker, And that way, I will also join my colleagues to ask the Treasury and under the guidance of CS Mbadi, who is a very good champion of the same, to be timely disbursing CDF funds so that they enable members of parliament to do their work seamlessly along the budget of the year and the calendar of the year. Also, looking at the county, because I have the mirror of the county because I'm a county MP, and I must say, if there are projects that are easily visible, Madam Speaker, it is projects that are funded and built under CDF. You can also easily, because building offices like chief's offices, police stations, doing cabros in even schools or centers, and enabling the society to have dignity using their own money, that is the coffers. It gives a lot of respect and give me, as a member of parliament, the joy that even going forward, we need to probably restructure the budget of this country, considering our constitution is quite expensive, Madam Speaker, so that we know where development lies. If it is governorship, and many times you realize there is always that tag of pull and push when it is governor roles and the national roles, and that is where members of parliament come in. And also NGCDF comes in handy all the time. And I want to say, allowing digitization and also sensitizing the people, getting these funds to be bottom up, enabling the people, the consumers of their services that are provided through CDF, to be aware that these are projects that are enabled through coffers that they also contribute to the national coffers, that is their taxes, and be able to help managers through members of parliament because of CDF to deliver this thing seamlessly with their expectation. Madam Speaker, I also want to say I look forward to a more addition, if possible, for NGCDF. If you look at it, Madam Speaker, I get, for me, 40 million for the whole county, for NGAF fund, and I have 17,000 square kilometers. As much as I am a very hardworking member of parliament, this might not be very visible. And my honorable member, Madam Chief Whip, is also having the same challenge because the area is even bigger, actually the biggest in the whole country. If we enhance CDF more and give it more roles, apart from these few infrastructures that they do or the projects, we will be able to have it have proper and good impact. And we will be able to build the society, because constituencies are almost the nearest to the people. And every time I watch you, Madam Speaker, when you are launching schools, when you are opening those projects, I could see you dancing with the local mamas in the village. I could see you interacting with the chiefs. I could see you interacting with the teachers. That means constituencies are almost the best with the support of county assemblies. This is one of the best funds that can be enhanced. I will be encouraging probably a motion or a bill that can enhance CDF to go up to 500 to $1 billion in the future, so that we are able to do proper projects that are able to get proper and good impact to the people of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I do not seem to see more interest on this. I will ask the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to really thank the members who have contributed to this motion. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Whip, Madam Naomi Wako, who has strongly echoed the views of the committee, and Honorable Speaker, stating very clearly that this is a very, very impactful fund in our communities. Honorable Speaker, wish to thank Honorable Stephen Mogaka, who has also emphasized being a member of the committee on the role and the importance of this particular fund. And Honorable Speaker, the sentiments of Honorable Jamatia, the Baringo County Woman Representative, who has even given us an opener that how she wishes that this fund is even increased because it is the most visible fund in our communities. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the seconder of this motion, Honorable Patrick Monene Twega of Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe, who has strongly stated the importance of this particular fund. Honorable Madam Speaker, I wish to say NGC, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, is and remains the most impactful fund in Kenya today, Honorable Madam Speaker, and without any tone of doubt, Honorable Madam Speaker, it is visible, it is helping our communities, and it is a fund that we still insist it must be well managed with all the prudence so that, Honorable Madam Speaker, not a coin of this fund will find its way in the wrong hands. Honorable Madam Speaker, there are checks and balances, the auditors are doing their best, and the Oversight Committee, we are doing everything possible, Honorable Madam Speaker. And I want to allay the fears of the communities, Honorable Madam Speaker, because they think the Constituency Development Fund is handled by members of Parliament. It is managed independently by fund managers who are directly answerable to the national government constituency fund at the national office. Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to everyone who has raised their voice on this, and I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Muthoni. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, in the time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 22nd April 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Let's start our conversation for this hour, though, and this is on professionalism. There have been conversations on social media for a while. Now, let's just peg this one on. A tweet by the Principal Secretary for Interior, Dr. Raymond Omolo, who was showing the progress of the Ngong Suswa Road. After very many years, this road is completed. And they had some aerial shots of the road. And people came back and said, boss, this road, no markings, none. This road, no lighting, none. This road, no signage appears to have been erected on this road. In fact, people went into the road and started taking videos and clips of and photos of the road and saying, no signage at all, no markings at all, and so on and so forth. Much as then we take the issue onto the politicians and the political leadership of the country, which we must. Let's also turn the eye to the other side, which is the professional side. And we have the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Shama Kiteme, in the studio with us. Good morning, Engineer.
Good morning, Eric.
Karibu sana, and thank you for joining us back in this here, Fixing the Nation.
Asante sana.
Meet Felaris, she's the new fixer.
Pleasure.
Karibu, as she gives you the day's quotes.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana, Engineer. A lot of welcomes this week. And to welcome you and to start the conversation, we have our quote of the day, which is, every generation inherits a world it did not make. And each generation is responsible for the world it will leave behind. And this is a quote by Robert F. Kennedy, who was an American lawyer and politician. Your thoughts on that?
What a powerful statement this morning. For me, it's like I've been contemplating that all through in the car. I just found myself in a position where those who went ahead of us put in structures and systems and processes that have heavily impacted my generation. And we've been caught up in trying to see what we can make good out of that. And the temptation is always to blame those who went ahead of you.
Correct.
But then you realize you still have something that you must do to bequeath posterity something better. And so that for me is quite powerful statement.
I like that, we've looked at it plain and simple, is that we each have to play our part. And given that we're here now talking to the professionals, we've been looking at the politicians and the politicking around infrastructure, pointing fingers and saying this one is not doing this body is not doing this, but we need to now look at the institutions that have a part to play in this. Do you, in your capacity, say, or would you stand and say proudly that the engineers of this country are actually doing us good in terms of protecting us and also building things that this generation can be happy about, and the generation that's coming can look back and say, you know what, those people were given the mandate and they've done their job?
Well, quite profound, to be fair, Felaris. And the fact that from where I sit, and a practitioner, I do know that indeed we have a rotten underbelly in very many ways. There are multiplicity of factors that cause some of these issues. But I know clearly there are people who don't live up to the standards. We have a code of conduct for professional ethics. We do have the standards that we should comply with. But we are a society that has veered towards relativism, and where truth and facts become a moving target. And while what we do as engineers is empirical, we work with facts and figures and science. Sometimes you have factors like finance, for example. It comes into play. You need to do a project. Do you have sufficient financing to do that project? That's a question. Sometimes you know what you need to undertake, but then the administrative and other constraints that you have to work with. And therefore, I do know very well from where I sit, because I've sat both in the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, but also in the board, where I've sat in disciplinary committee meetings on issues affecting our profession. But the bottom line is that we have a rotten underbelly and a lot of issues that we have to address.
Okay. Let me ask a direct question on, let's go into construction of a road. Okay. Just walk us through the steps of, so there's a road that is earmarked for upgrading to, we call it bitumen standards, tarmacking of a road. Okay. Walk us through the steps. Who plays what role at what stage?
You want to look at it both if it's a private project or it's a public project. But because we are all affected by public projects, let's work with public project. Number one, there is a need to know the project needs to be done. And therefore, following the requirements of Public Finance Management Act, you need to have the feasibility done. You need to have the finances set aside for the project. There are several stages that you go to make the project qualify even for the financing and all that. But to cut the story short is that before you even embark on the project, there must be funds set aside for that project. Now, if their funds are not set aside for that project, that becomes the start of the project. You have the intention to do the project, then the finances have not been allocated. So probably there's political pressure to you for you to start the project, and you don't have the finances. You'll start the project. However, that project will stall somewhere because there are no finances. Stalling means you're going to have sunk costs, so that what you had done, the time it will take when it is not complete and it's in use, it's deteriorating. So the thing is, if there are no finances and you have started the project, you're setting yourself for failure. Even when you had set the budget for that project and you have an intervening period when the project is not complete, there's going to be deterioration. There's also going to be escalation of costs, stuff like that. You're even going to have a contractor who is on site. And because the equipment and plant are idle, they will start charging you interest and stuff like that. So it becomes a mess. By the time that project is over, you have doubled, the price has escalated and stuff like that. You are not likely going to get the quality, because at some point, pressure is going to build up that for you to finish the project. So most likely, you're likely to compromise on quality. So yes, there are various stages. So you need the financing aspect to be cleared. You need to work on the procurement aspect. Then you have the technical aspects too. The technical aspect is straightforward. It's a rule of the thumb. It is standards. It is empirical. You go, do the topographical studies, you set out the route, you design, and there are various aspects of design, not just pavement, there are materials, there are drainage, there are structures. So you would consider all these factors. But let me tell you, to be fair, design is the simplest because you just use standards. The other factors of the project, including stakeholders, including finance, including procurement, and political considerations now come into play, and what should be a very straightforward project becomes complicated. Maybe the route that you're supposed to follow, people have to be relocated. That's a consideration. People have to be compensated. Value has to be, the land to be compensated has to be valued and stuff like that. Procurement process, intervening factors. People have preferred contractors. They may not be as qualified and stuff like that. We've talked about finance. We know they are limited. So we may get finance allocation for this financial year. And then, while the project is 1 billion, what Treasury is giving you is 100 million. What does that mean? It means you can only do 100 million worth of the project. So what do you do with that? And then 5 years down the line is when you're going to get 300 million in addition to the 100 million, something like that. So then it creates a mess of a situation, so that what should be a straightforward issue, it becomes complicated.
Okay, let's use a practical example. Ngong Suswa Road, all right? So this project was started in, I think, Uhuruto 1. Okay? Before that, and let's look at the role of engineers specifically in the entire project. The road sector in Kenya has the Kenya Roads Board, and then it has the 3 agencies. Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Ngong Suswa is under Kera, isn't it? It's Kenya Rural Roads Authority. So the section between Ngong to Suswa, by the time we're coming to say we want to upgrade it, what is the role of the engineer throughout this project?
Well, of course, the engineer will be the person to do route selection. They will be able to collect all the data that is required in terms of materials and stuff. There will be surveying done, and there will be the design that will be done. Now, that is a point of the design and planning. During the implementation, the engineer will be there as a resident engineer for supervision purposes, so that the contractor who is doing the project, he will be supervised to make sure that they follow the steps they're supposed to follow, and we get a quality project. Of course, once the construction is over, we also have defects liability period, within which now you observe if there are defects to make sure they are corrected and stuff like that. Beyond that, there is also the maintenance, because whenever we have an asset, the asset during its lifetime, it requires to be maintained appropriately. So there are all those stages that the engineer would be involved in, But yes, they would be involved from
design,
from start up to the end,
all the way to the end,
and the light during the life of that asset.
And design, you said these are technical, these are basics.
Yes.
And you said, this is why you look at the topography and then you design the road furniture.
Yes,
what are the basic minimums for a road?
I think
like the Ngong Susua road.
To be fair, you expect the driveway, which is the pavement, which we see the black part, and we want to drive there. And of course, it's very important to have the drainage. We also have, we also need to have a way to have those people who are not driving, for example, walkways, paths for that, they need to be provided. But we also have the road furniture. We know we need signage, we need markings and stuff like that. But at basic, a road must have the driveway, it must have the drainage, it must also provide the means for those who are not driving, how they are going to be use the facility. Because not every road user is a driver. We have people cycling and you have people walking. And of course, you categorize the roads. There are those that are urban and others. You also mentioned about the agencies. You left others. KWS is also you allocated some finances by KRB. In addition to the other three agencies that you talked about. Yeah.
Just looking at the accountability structures that fall within the mandate that is IEK and the engineers themselves. So we saw government as of December 2025 cleared around 123 billion just to make sure that all the stalled projects that were coming up to close to 1,000, there were around 875 stalled projects for them to resume. Now, like you earlier said, these roads have been in use, they're deteriorating, but money has been released. So what role is IEK and its engineers playing in terms of, one, accountability that this money is not just being released to complete roads for the sake of completing them, but actually ensuring quality standards are met, and we are not then flagging off roads that, are substandard and saying that they are complete just for the sake of being complete, because you still have a mandate that can this road be used for X amount of time? Does it justify the cost that we are seeing? Because you've flagged financing as one of the issues. So what's the responsibility that IEK is carrying within its mandate, within itself, to play a role of accountability?
Yeah, the proper role of IEK has been advocacy, because we are welfare and a member society, and we have been very vocal, and I thank this platform. It has given us that avenue. And the other thing we do is we do continuous professional development of members to continually update them on the standards and what they're supposed to do in terms of professional code of ethics and professionalism. So we have continuously done that, and once in a while we get informed when a member is veered off, and so we have been consistent. But to say our members take ultimate professional responsibility, no way we can run away from that. If I'm the engineer, I am technically responsible in all ways to advise the decision makers. And I take professional responsibility, because that's why projects get registered with someone's license. And therefore, I'm not saying here that our members can be, let go free of some of these situations. And we've seen painful situations. For example, we had a number of accidents along the Ngong Road past junction, and we debated and we said there is a clear design failure until those design failures were corrected. We have talked within ourselves and said, why would you design an asset to be a killing avenue? It is not right. And while we see buildings collapse, which is catastrophic, and you want to run the next moment and get the engineer responsible, sometimes our colleagues in the road sector, we may not easily trace them and get them and all that. It's a conversation we're having. Road safety is a very important aspect. No, they are members, of course, and it's a conversation that we have continued to have and stuff like that. So I'm saying road safety is a very big conversation, and as an institution we have taken a position. We have we released media releases on road safety, and we have even picked roads which we can see there are clear problems, and we have highlighted them, and we have given our recommendations. But the bottom line is that our professionals, our members cannot run away when they are responsible for a project and it becomes a nightmare to citizens.
You know, what's crazy is just from some of the images that we had, and Phil, maybe you could put up a few, even without being an engineer or any engineering, but you can just see that something is wrong. By the time, like, what does it take for you guys to come in? You know,
because you're using the same roads every day.
Yeah, we're using the same roads. As a civilian, I can just look at, for example, there's one lane being eaten by the pillar that's supporting a bridge. So it's 4 lanes into 3 lanes with no marking, no nothing. It's Ngong Suswa, and it's the same even from I forget the name of the road, but it essentially connects like Rongai to Ngong Road, and it's the same. It's just road, not a marking, not a light, not a bump, just tarmac, and it just goes on and on. So if I can see that, you have seen that, your colleagues have seen that. What's happening?
Yeah, well, we really have to call out our professional colleagues. There is no shortcut.
Who is we, engineer? Who is
and
we?
also, even this is answering that question. I'm very curious about any license that would be withdrawn. You know, like how lawyers are disbarred, and you're told now you cannot represent any client in court matters or law matters. Has there anything that IEK has done? You've gone assessed a project and seen anywhere you are not even doing best practice in whatever way, and we are withdrawing your license and saying you will never touch another engineering project.
Yes, our members have been involved in these processes because while we are a society working for the welfare and advocating for engineers and involved in continuous professional development, we have the regulator, who is Engineers Board of Kenya. And I've sat in disciplinary meetings where we have asked members questions about their professionalism and stuff like that. And when members have been found culpable, their licenses have been withdrawn. Members, they have been suspended. So this is not something that has not happened. It has happened, and there are members in the list who cannot practice because their licenses have been withdrawn because of the degree of their professional culpability in events that are untoward in terms of professionalism, and what we do affects public safety. So it's very critical we maintain a degree of discipline, and so it's not only advocates who have been disbarred and all that. The same has happened to engineers.
How many? Sorry,
I do not have a number of head now, but that has happened, and there are even continuing cases as we speak.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take a break at 27 after 8. We are hosting Engineer Shama Kiteme. He's the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. This is, the welfare club of engineers. We know there is the regulator side, which is the Engineers Board. There's a reason why we invited the Institution of Engineers, because this is a collective of engineers. If engineers collectively do not have a social conscience on the lack of professionalism among them, it doesn't matter who the regulator is, because the head of the regulator will always be an engineer, right? So it doesn't really matter. And so we have got to start from here. We're asking, where is the professionalism for engineers in this country when you have roads poorly constructed, buildings collapsing? If you've got any example you can give, please post it on our social media platforms. We'll be back shortly. Fixers online with their comments. Educatel says, when you take a project, you need to be professional. We don't need Chinese to come and build our roads while you have engineers who qualify for the job. And I think this comes also into Eugene Lariososo's comment, who says, why is the government mostly in the business of having foreigners building our infrastructure? Do we lack competitive personnel who can undertake these projects? Am I a clause when receiving funding? And how are you addressing this matter as the IEK? It's Jabali. Is there a minimum quality measure recommended for a road? Some turn into swimming pools soon after short rains. still mark the one. Safety issues, some high-profile projects such as the Outer Ring Road in Nairobi, we've been criticized for dangerous design elements that do not prioritize user safety despite being designed. Can respond to some of them.
Yeah. You know, Kenyans are very intelligent and very educated. So, and the problem with engineering, I don't know whether there's a problem to say what. We say the doctor will bury his mistakes when the patient dies, but the engineer will live with his mistakes. They will be seen not by himself, but so many others. That is not to say sometimes there are no restrictions. The bottom line is that as responsible professionals, we cannot run away from this because otherwise we lose the trust of the public. I have berated the authorities about trusting foreigners and all that. Let me tell you, the other day I was in numerical machining complex and I sat into the car that was manufactured in this country, 100%, Nyaya Pioneer car. This industrial complex here, numerical machining complex, it can manufacture hospital beds, it can manufacture machines, engines and stuff like that. This country can become an industrial powerhouse if we needed to do this and create employment opportunities to Kenyans, engineers, technicians, technologies, and supporting stuff. It's a question of policies and all that. So I better run away, avoid that conversation of foreigners because I talk about it very passionately. But let me say this. We must have facts in our fingers that we can do things right. When I have seen, like, this country has undergone general social collapse of social fabric, because truth is relative. Anything can be negotiated. We want to negotiate even facts and figures, but you cannot negotiate safety. You must get a safe road to drive on, signages, walking lanes, the driveway, and someone should be able to, the other day I was driving along, I don't remember, it's Mombasa Road or where. Mombasa Road actually, somewhere around GM. And there is an overpass. And I'm fighting with Kenyans crossing the road. And this is a very busy part of the road. So somehow, there is also a culture among us Kenyans. We do not want to walk, do what will make us safe. We also want to risk. During the day, msee anakimbilia tu kwa barabara na cross over the person. There is there's a footbridge. A bridge to pass over there. Why must you be? And then I'm, driving, and I tell them, guys, kwa nini usipite juu? You understand? So even as we blame also the engineers and all that, I think there's a general collapse of values in our society. The social fabric is broken. Anyone can do anything. They can say anything and stuff like that. But we cannot, as engineers, fail to do what we should do as professionals, because then we lose the trust of the public, and that is catastrophic.
Yeah. One part that citizens have to play when it comes to collective responsibility. Early in the year, the institution you represent read from a report, which we were just talking about off air, that 85% of the buildings in Kenya are unsafe. And we keep hearing all of these statements, all of these reports. Allow me just to ask, what do we do with this information as Kenyans? Now that we know, what do we do, Fanye? Because the professionals who could actually do something and push for either these buildings to be brought down, just ensuring the safety of Kenyans, are barely doing anything. So the information has come to the public. 85% of us are living in unsafe buildings. What are we supposed to do with this information?
Ideally, this information comes up, I'm sure, in these conversations, because the first question we ask normally is, what have you done? Then we tell you, we have taken time, and the responsible bodies. And this information, we were quoting the National Building Inspectorate. And this is not hearsay. There's a published report that when His Excellency the President, after the collapse of Huruma building, there was an executive order that established and gave a mandate for National Building Inspectorate to carry out inspection of all buildings. And that report, in the report they provided, they looked at about 1,495 buildings, which revealed 723 were very dangerous, 10,791 were unsafe. It also recorded that 1,217 were fair, and about 2,194 are safe.
But this is just in Nairobi.
Well, it was the report generally covering various jurisdictions.
Sample.
Yeah, but it's a sample. That's the best word to use.
Okay.
So the information comes up when you ask us what have we done. So yes, these are studies that have been done. And then there are recommendations. And some of the recommendations is what is dangerous, evacuate immediately, and make sure it is brought down. That has been done. What is fair, that building can be salvaged through retrofitting. And there is technical know-how how you can retrofit a building that would have otherwise collapsed if you let it without a retrofitting and repairing and stuff like that. But
So
what you're
as a foundation, basically.
not just adding foundation, there are various elements that support a building. The foundation is one of them. Then there are columns, then there are beams, then there are slabs, there are staircases and stuff like that, cladding and stuff like that. So that if the problem is a beam that is showing stress, like cracks and all that, you can reinforce that beam. If there is a column that you think did not meet the size that needs, that is required for the weight it is carrying, for the load it is carrying and stuff like that, you can jack it and stuff like that. And you can go all the way to the foundations and just make sure the building is safer if there are questionable issues. So the authorities, and especially National Building Inspectorate, has been proactive in saying you must evacuate and evacuate immediately. And you have seen buildings, they have ordered evacuation, and the next moment it has collapsed, saving lives, stuff like that. So, but what we are saying is we also need to be more intentional. We need to be more proactive. And this falls squarely on the regulators so that there is more proactive approach than reactive approach. Let us not sit and collapse has happened and we now go to investigate and stuff like that. Let us be more proactive. And here I blame the regulators. They are the regulators who should follow construction materials. Make sure the cement meets quality, steel meets quality, and other construction materials meets quality. There are authorities that also, regulators that should follow during the construction stage to make sure that the right steps are followed. And whoever veers off, they are held accountable. Let me say that there are thousands and thousands of buildings that go on in this building. I hoping many of them do not collapse. But the one or two which collapse, they give us a very bad image as an industry. And we must have this conscience of saying we must save ourselves from this shame as a country because it is possible. You know, buildings collapse because of structural reasons. It is not because of architectural or whatever reason. And if any developer engages structural engineers properly and they are retained during the life of the project, chances of a collapse where you involve qualified, experienced, professional structural engineer, there are very few. Now, those that collapse, of course, when the professional engineer is responsible for the works, that's where now the disciplinary stages are taken. You understand? So we must save ourselves from this shame of buildings collapsing, and it is possible.
It sounds easier than. Yeah, it sounds probably easier said than done. I want to go back just to the collapsed buildings. Of the ones that are dangerous, what is the number one cause? What shortcut was taken 90% of the time or 80%? Or is it a combination of shortcuts?
There are a combination of factors which compromise building safety. I can mention many. But those ones that have been established through studies include poor workmanship, and that means you don't do what is supposed to be done in terms of mixing materials and all that,
Right.
curing and stuff like that. There's also substandard materials, so that cement is compromised, steel is compromised, and even sand. Kuna ile sand mbaya. There is aggregates which are reactive. They are going to compromise the quality of cement itself, stuff like that. And of course, structural design is a big contributor. Basically, for this chair to carry me, simple statics, physics, it must generate equal, directly opposite the weight I'm exerting on the chair. The moment that is compromised, the chair will wobble and collapse and I will fall down. The same case with the building. It's just the building is slightly bigger. If the building is not designed to carry the load or the weight that is supposed to carry, it will collapse. And there are other issues like inadequate maintenance. Yeah. Those other contributors, and of course non-compliance to the requirements. For example, you build a building next to the river. What you are subjecting that building is to be compromised by the water in the river and stuff like that. There are sometimes the foundation is going to be weakened by the water and erosion and stuff like that. So, and then when the building is weak, now it is subject to other factors, unequal settlement, and then all those things. So you just need to make sure that you do it right and don't regret.
So aside from the Engineers Institute and the engineering board, the other people I should be going after is KEBS.
KEBS in terms of qualities, we have evidence of substandard cement. We have evidence of substandard steel. We have evidence of construction materials that do not meet the standard.
And on a site, who do I talk to or who is in charge of essentially quality control? Who is there to tell this cement is substandard? Is it the quantity surveyor? Is it the engineer? Is it the contractor? That tell this steel cannot hold. This cement will not hold. It's not, or we haven't cured it long enough.
The engineer is supposed to be responsible to make sure the steel is tested and it passes. To make sure when you do mix of the materials, for example, sand, ballast, and cement, you do the certain tests. Slum test, for example. Slum test is for fresh concrete. There are minimum standards that you should meet. Then the other test, after now the cement has been cast, you get cylinder that you go and crush and establish whether it is meeting the design strength that it was supposed to be put up. So the structural engineer is squarely responsible, and this should be done on site and a record put to show steel was tested, it passed. Cement is passing. Aggregates, sand, they are passing. But also, when cast, there is evidence that we crush the cube or the cylinder after 20 days and it passes the strength that was designed to be for that structure.
So bado tu nimejipata kwa engineer.
Bado uko pale pale.
Yeah, just roundabout, but all the way right back.
You end up back there. Engineer, I don't want to mince my words on this. Let me just put it this way, right? When professionals decide that they are not going to be professional, everything collapses. So we will always be told, this developer, you started building a house and then you cut corners because you thought that professionals were expensive, and then you went and got somebody else. Why am I going to get quacks in an industry that has professionals who are operating? It's because professionals have basically graded the space.
Correct.
I cannot tell who is a professional and who's not. I'm just looking at who's cheaper and who's not. Because the professional and this other guy, to me, they are the same. When we see a building collapsing and then we talk about all these other things that could have happened, I go back into, you are the one who knows what cement should look like. I have absolutely no idea. I'll go to a shop and say, Niuzie Simiti. You do not go to a shop and say Niuzie Simiti as an engineer. You know what you should be looking out for. I'll go and say Niuzie Chuma. You don't do that. In fact, you'll tell me where end of letter Chuma, whatever. I'm the one who's going to buy what you sent me. But if the professionals cut corners, then everything else cuts corners. Let's just go into, for example, an engineer. How many years is it to graduate as an engineer in Kenya?
You have to take 5 years.
5 years as an engineer.
Then you have to do what we call initial professional development of minimum 3 years statutory requirements.
All right.
And then you have to sit for professional examination and pass for you to get licensed. And then now when you get licensed, then now you're expected to take professional responsibility.
Okay. That's 8 years of training, learning, and working. 3 years working. That's a lot. That means that by the time somebody actually has that certification that I am a professional engineer, they have worked for long.
Correct.
By the time they become a consulting engineer, how many years later is that?
At least 5 in addition to the 3.
There you go.
Okay.
So this is about 13 years for somebody to be that consulting engineer.
Right.
We have several in this country. Do you hear them talking about the delay and, I mean, not the delay, but the degradation of their profession? We don't hear them speaking.
Nope.
The professional engineers with 8 years walking around with certificate in their pocket and saying Chinese are taking our jobs and all, we don't hear them speaking about the quality of work that's being done. If engineers do not speak out for their own profession, then it becomes a quack industry, and that's why it'll be everything. We don't have quacks working for Kenya National Highways Authority. But you see the quality of roads Kenya is building, Kura is building, Kera is building. We see the quality of buildings, big buildings, multi-story buildings that are being condemned and coming down. And engineers were involved at some stage, but they let it happen. What do we need to do to stop this?
So we must have professionals take responsibility. There's no shortcut. And I know this all too well. I practice. And I have had a client come and tell me, oh, please, can I do this on this? Can I add one more floor? And I am categorical. You cannot do that. And if I say that, the client listens. It is for us as engineers to set minimum standards and say, this is what can be done. When you do this, you cross the line. And let me tell you, I have abandoned projects myself when the client seemed to push me to what I felt I was not safe to do. I have abandoned the project. If I abandon the project and another one abandons it and another one abandons, the client will be forced to follow the professional way, the right way of doing it. So I am not I'm not here to absolve us as professionals. And I know there are very many honest and genuine professionals, but there are still the bad apples that things go wrong and we get where we are. And so anything that will be done and whoever will do anything to make sure that where a professional is involved, they are not cutting corners, then we'll start saving our country. I often quote this. The Code of Hammurabi, a very long law.
Yes.
A very, old law.
Yeah.
One of the requirement was that if you construct a building and that building collapses and it kills someone, the one who did that construction must be killed. That was a punishment. I've quoted that in my writing. Therefore, the society must come to that point and we stop negotiating everything and anything. Truth is not relative. Facts are stubborn.
Yeah.
We can negotiate some things, but we cannot negotiate that this building can only go to 10 floors.
Yeah.
We cannot start arguing, please make it 11, please make it 12. It doesn't work.
Right.
Science does not lie. Therefore, we must stop doing that. And we must hold professionals responsible individually. There's no corporate responsibility when it comes to what you're supposed to discharge as a professional. And so I'm not here to absolve anyone.
Yes.
I'm here to say, if we have to fix this, let's start picking people. Let's pick people. Let's hold someone responsible. Let's hold someone responsible. And then before long, people will know there's a red line you cannot cross.
You know, sorry, Mario. Engineer, you sound very good. You're speaking very well. and I believe you. Unfortunately, you're passing on this job to somebody else. Engineers have entrusted you with the role of leading them, leading their association. You're the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Today's quote talks about what you inherit and what you shall pass on. What shall you pass on to the next president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya if you will only just be talking and writing in IEK magazines about this?
That's a hard one. Well, my handover notes are ready. I said that a long time ago. But I hear you. I hear the pain in the society. They feel let down. We have done what we can do in terms of holding responsible those who have done wrong. Has enforcement been effective? No. We have been able to call out our colleagues when necessary. Should we enhance enforcement, regulatory effectiveness? Yes. I have been very categorical saying our regulatory effectiveness is under 20%. And we must find a way of enforcing that. We are debating how to do that. There is self-regulation conversation because we're seeing government has failed to regulate, and we are seeing the architects and the quantity surveyors have gone that route. That's a conversation that is ongoing. But
you shouldn't even wait for government to fail.
Yeah.
It should be self-regulation, and then government just comes kuangalia. Meosha leo.
Complement, yeah. So, although you have passed a very harsh judgment on me that I have failed when they have elected, sometimes you come into the picture, you do the best you can do, and then you let others do. Let me say, and this is almost emotional for me, we have a system where as much as you want to do what is right, there are those who have designed a structural system that oppresses, that gatekeeps, that does not allow what is right to be done. And it is brutal. It is ruthless. I have fought that almost at a cost to my life. And it is sad. It is sad. There are people who have put in structures that are oppressive, restrictive, and all that. And the moment you start moving the direction of what is right, you do it at a high cost. So we are not free from this kind of an environment, but we do what we can do. And as I sit at the end of my term, I've done everything I can do. I have walked to the streets to fight for the welfare of engineers. And we have done what we think is justice to engineers, the society. But we still have structural systems designed to oppress, to repress, and to limit, and to make sure that we remain a small cartel that does not allow what is good to be done.
Okay. Let me just finish with one comment, which I think speaks to something I wanted. We'll be out of time, though. The biggest problem, from Francis Odhiambo, the biggest problem is engineers take a lot of works and fail to supervise. How does an engineer take a job that they're not even able to visit a site and assess? And we've talked about this with architects as well. It's a few doing the job of many, which is essentially there's engineers who are senior engineers, consultant engineers, and they are able to take on multiple projects at a time, even when they don't have the capacity to. So it's rubber stamping this and that. But there's a site that says engineer Felaris Wamboi, Felaris Atadri, Atu Albargon Wapi, Iko Wapi. I'm sure that's another thing, but we'll talk about this hopefully when we do a micro ground, another one, and follow up on this conversation. But thank you so much, engineer. It's been great having you.
Always grateful to have these conversations.
Tuendelee sasa na conversation. In the next hour, Felaris anatumiss na nini atatuambia. And of course, we'll also keep you updated with what's happening on the ground. Ni kama leo kuna nuka maandamano hivi. It's kind of in the air. Let's see what's happening on ground.
You work so hard. You show up every day. You do what's expected of you. But deep down, you know the truth. One paycheck shouldn't decide how your life turns out. But what if your evenings meant progress? What if your weekends built freedom? What if your laptop became more than just a screen? This isn't about quitting your job. It's about giving yourself options. While others crawl, you start building. Quietly,
maybe into three factions. It's difficult to base this election. So the base is
that is going there.
So what happened?
Country. I want to welcome Waziri 317, waiting to digest the political meat. Thank you very much. Kevin Owaga is here already at number 3. Hello, people of the internet watching from Doha, Qatar. My salams to Jagero, Udhiambo Tieno, and Mwalimu Wachuka. Thank you very much. Sylvester Mboya Isengudur Jagero, convey my felicitations to Odhiambo Tieno and Mundalo. Very incisive and knowledgeable team. Thank you very much. Although Mundalo is today, I saw him having in a very good place.
Yeah, in a Mercedes.
In a Mercedes, enjoying
somewhere on a cliff.
Government apologies. Odhiambo Liners is saying, waiting for the political animals. Thank you very much. Derek is saying, hello, political animals. Thank you very much. Owino Musingo is saying, Musingo Gigi, watching from Gaborone, Botswana. I don't know how you pronounce that, but I think that's how it was pronounced. Nasake is saying, good people of the internet, hello. Jagero, Odhiambo, and Chuka, always a pleasure to tune in and stay up to date on matters of this country. Waiting to hear Vile Kindiki anaenda kukaangwa. Okay, I don't know whether I have nimepita mutu, but leo sound iko sawa Jagero, Mr. Andrews. Thank you very much. We are always struggling to have this sound, this mics working, especially that mic where Uchuka is, the white ninja over there. It's always very troublesome. All right, really can't is saying, hello there, people of the internet. Really can't you send me a message that you're already in the country, in Nairobi, and you are going. He said that he's going to buy for us a mic. So we are waiting. The Ambo's girlfriend in America also said.
Scandalous. It's very scandalous.
No. There's a woman you said that is going to buy us a mic, and you said it is going to be.
She's near game.
She's near game.
Yes, call her near game.
Near game. Thank you very much for joining us today. Somebody is saying, hello, people of the internet watching from Meru, locked in from Mary, proud child. Where is our baby doll?
Teddy bear.
Teddy bear said, today you are talking about another party. Unfortunately, I'm not going to join. I've got a meeting with the party leader.
Teddy bear.
Ochieng Elisha listening from Kisii, thank you very much. We have given you Kindiki for free. Buy one, take one for free. Jagero talk about zoning. Zoning is something that I think we talked about it here but
we'll still touch it anyway.
We can
revisit
we can talk on it. I want to play the video where I've just sent you now. I don't know if you can play it. There's a video, but just a minute. We want to deal with political temperature. And the political temperatures are 3 that we want to deal with. There is storm over voter registration at IEBC. The IEBC recently found itself at the center of a major controversy following bombshell revelation regarding the integrity of the National Voter Register. This takes us, Odhiambo, to what Muturi was saying.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think it's a good thing. I need to open my Facebook account, then go to my wall, and then look at one of the posts I posted there. It has the history of that thing.
Which one? There is a post on Facebook.
Yeah, one of the most recent ones.
Oh, really? Today?
No, about 3 days ago.
Oh yes.
Did you remember reading?
Yes, you talked about IEBC. Actually, let me go there and read it.
So I can answer you based on that.
Okay.
Because my hand is directly in that cookie jar.
Your hand is directly in that cookie jar?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at that IEBC thing. Here it is.
Yes.
The ghost of voters past and why IEBC chair is right on registration of persons registered before 2012. This is before 2012 is actually getting into Kibaki's domain.
Right.
Correct? Because in 2017, while most people were arguing about manifestos, my cousin, a man who speaks fluent computer systems forensics, was staring at a screen like he'd just seen a ghost. Okay? Actually, he had seen about 2 million of them. He told me the official KPMG audit was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Okay? Where I want to go directly to the point. Where is the point?
Go to the point down there. You'll find it.
The Ghost Brigade. We found 92,000 deceased persons who were still on the register. Apparently, rest in peace doesn't apply during an election cycle. The mystery men, 170 voters had ID numbers that the National Registration Bureau had never heard of. They were basically political hallucinations. Then there were the double agents, 264 records had duplicate IDs, passports, or names that were literally just numbers. Imagine a voter walking up to a booth and saying, "Hello, my name is 7 and I'd like to vote for my favorite candidate."
And they vote.
Okay? Then there was the magic number. Okay? So that is the situation that is going there.
So what happened?
Okay.
In this because in 2016, that's when I came into the back room of national politics.
Okay.
And because my cousin is a computer systems forensics person. He understands data systems. He looks at it and he will tell you that there's a problem here, and he can run audits on a data system. He did share with me because by then I was working for the governor of Kisumu. He did share with me something that was very interesting for him, and because he knew that at that time I had a relationship with Mama Ida, professional relationship, of course. He did ask me to pass the message upward. Immediately, what I did was to reach Mama Ida and inform her that, hey, there's something going on with the computer system that we're going to use for 2017 election. And immediately I did approach Professor Okeda, who was my professor at Maseno University. Professor Okeda is one of the best data people or computer professors in Africa, if I could say. Professor Mundi Okeda then brought in another fellow, whose brother was one of the people who was sitting high at IEBC at that time. And we did quickly combine the three of us, plus my cousin, and the other person who I told you off camera. And we went to look at what my cousin was saying, to understand if, at all, whatever he was saying held some water. And when we did our checks, we established that KPMG was not telling us the truth in so many ways. We were going into an election with a voter register that was already tainted. We were going to an election with a computer system that was already pre-programmed to deliver a win for Uhuru Kenyatta by a factor of 1.250. That for every vote Raila received, Uhuru received 1.2 of that vote, plus a head start of 183,000. Okay? So I remember sitting with Joshua Nyamori in his apartment. This is somewhere in Kisumu, along Ojijo Teko Road. And when we sat in his apartment, the streaming had just started. It was about 18,000 votes, the first 18,000 votes. And within 30 minutes, when the formula kicked in, I told him that, are you seeing the way it has started? It's not going to change. But before that, we had done our thing and talked to Mama, and Mama told me, if you want to talk to Jacom, just talk to Winnie. Winnie is like, you've got a through pass. Winnie came down to Kisumu. We drove with Winnie to my cousin's place, and she saw for herself what we were talking about. We came back to Kisumu and sat somewhere, classified again, and I introduced her to this other team. And she saw what these are now professors. These are not, maybe you could say my brother or my cousin is, these young men who are feisty, yeah? But when she now heard from these big professors, she now understood the full scale. And at that time, we were very ready, Ochuka. We asked for, I remember that talk, we asked for passports under alliances to get out of this country and help solve the 2017 election. Because the only way to solve 2017 election was that Raila was going to rig, and Uhuru was going to rig watu wakutane ndani ya Sava. Then we said, hey, this thing is not going on well, so we must talk so that we give the public a better image. But that didn't come to be. So when we went through with that election, of course, we prepared every response. We knew that election was a sham. 2017 election was the biggest sham of elections after 2010 constitution, after what we experienced in 2007. So yes, the voter register has always been bad.
Okay.
And the audit system has always been poor.
But it is very interesting, Mr. Odhiambo, that some of the farms, Mr. Ochuka, that we have been, singing good songs about are really corrupt. Like, for example, this is the story on the Standard, March the 22nd, 2026. Big Four, big shame, World Bank ban, put audit industry on trial.
Yep.
This is the World Bank has actually indicted and banned PricewaterhouseCoopers,
PwC has been PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Yes, Deloitte and KPMG to audit books or overseas governance structures, right? So they have been given a World Bank ban for 21 months. The Kenyan, Rwanda, and Mauritian PwC arms admitted to colluding with project officials to obtain confidential information that was then used to win tenders financed by the World Bank.
Correct.
You see, so KPMG, PwC, these are very corrupt people as Ernst & Young. And we are not the ones saying...
In fact, Ernst & Young has a problem, was brought to the forelight, fame by something called the Wiregate scandal, which was really huge. They were cooking books there for a long time.
Okay.
PwC has always been one of those quote-unquote reputable firms in Kenya or in the world, basically, in audit. Now, World Bank has indicted them on a power generation project in Ethiopia. Okay, it was a $1.2 billion power plant that was going to reduce the cost for us in terms of electricity because that power was meant for export into countries such as Kenya. Deloitte for the longest time. I don't even want to talk about KPMG. On IBCs when I broke ranks with this kind of thing.
Why did Airtel kick one of them out?
Because, you remember Airtel, in fact, if we come to Airtel, Airtel has a whole case of cooked books, which has happened to them for a long time, including Airtel, for a long time.
From Tencel.
The transitions. The transitions.
Yeah.
And the last one being, that there was a PR deal with a firm called Ogilvy. You remember? And Airtel had to pack up from Ogilvy because Ogilvy was the PR face or the PR firm that was handling Airtel's publicity and media campaigns. But Airtel has suffered a big issue with these audit firms. Basically, in short, these four big firms, Ernst & Young, Deloitte, PwC, and which one again? KPMG. These firms cannot stand as credible audit firms for one reason, that I cannot pay you to find the wrongs in me. You are probably not going to find the wrong in me. Because as well as say in media, whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So whoever pays KPMG, PwC, Ernst & Young, whoever, will always determine how the tune comes out. And to ice it, Jagero, most of these accounts you see being read to us on TV about half-year profits and book status normally is very cooked. And the people who ensure those are cooked are these firms.
Narrative spin around that.
Yeah, there's a narrative spin just to buy shareholder or stakeholder confidence.
Okay.
But some of these companies are doing really bad.
And companies pay handsomely for that.
Oh, of course they do.
So there is a gentleman, his picture I don't have, but I wish I had given it to Obunga, University of Nairobi Chancellor Patrick Vatoren. This man, I don't know his relationship with Odhiambo's friend, the President William Ruto, but a swift move by the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula saw legislatures in a show of defiance shred President William Ruto's move to grant diplomatic immunities and tax exemptions to directors and foreign staff of a Dutch firm linked to the Chancellor of University of Nairobi, Professor Patrick, that name. The Global Center of Adaptation, GCA, a Netherlands-based climate organization, is in the process of setting up its Kenyan office. I hear it is one of the biggest.
Yes.
But I don't know, why do they want to be given immunities? What crimes do they want to open up a Shakahola? What is going on? Why?
Is it a preemptive prosecution? Or what?
Yes. Why do they want immunities? What do they?
I think it's just basic. When somebody wants immunity, it means they want to do things which are not within the legal framework. It is that simple for me.
Because I'm wondering, and for the first time that the MPs had to gather their cojones you know, and wag their fingers towards Wetangula and tell them, don't let that man be sending you here to us, telling us things. MPs rejected. You know, MPs rejected exempting GCA staff and directors from taxation while questioning the organization's activities in the country. The privileges would have extended to immunity from prosecution while in the country. Listen to that, Ochuka. As well as diplomatic status for spouses, dependents, and relatives.
So it's a full ring.
Who are the relatives?
Anybody they say
Anybody
that
they say is a relative. I can enlist you on my list.
Yeah. It's not the first time. I think there's just something that is fishy as it looks. We don't need to read past what is being told. Once somebody requires immunity, it means they're going to do something criminal, because we don't want to have diplomatic cover. It implies that your bags cannot be checked.
But it is very interesting.
The diplomatic packages are never checked at the airport.
That's how we sell gold.
Mr. Samuel Chepkonga actually dug some dirt on them. I will mention a few things that we noted, which we did not put in, which was not put in the report. This organization was established in the Netherlands, and it came into this country having been deregistered in another country. So they are taking off from that country to Kenya, and the government wants to give them immunity with their spouses, their children, probably children who are 30 years who are coming to interfere with our girls here, you know, and what else of the Ambo, and their relatives. So Choka can be their relative. Anybody bonga. This is really bad, and I think that it is very good that the MPs could stand up to this kind of thing. I mean, Ruto should invite people that are bringing us investments, but our laws also should reign supreme. I think.
I agree.
All right. I think that is
that's beautiful of the MPs.
People died in Siaya, Udhiambo. What is going on there?
Now that is where, again, I don't know. I find myself in so many things, Ochuka.
Your cookies everywhere.
My hand is everywhere.
Yeah.
Last year, was it last year? The other year. Last year, November. There's a company that approached us. That is myself and two of my friends. One is now deceased, who are giants in the media. And they approached us to help them with a de-escalation of hostilities in Ramula.
The community? Or what?
Yes. This company is called Shanta Gold. Shanta Gold did approach us to help them with this question of hostilities that are happening in Ramula, in Siaya.
That's game, yeah?
Second? Yes, game. Yes. So what happened is that they are in the process of exploration. They're not at the point of extraction. Exploration means
feasibility.
They do feasibility tests or studies. They're coming to your place with requests and authorities, of course, from the ministry, because you have a license to explore. So they will dig. They will have just a small pipe, like 5-10 centimeters wide, and they insert that pipe to the ground where they can find gold deposits, just to measure what is the clarity or whatever of this gold, the purity that is, and they go and test this gold. Then is when they determine how big is the deposit.
Stream,
because of course there's that geological survey that has already been done a long time ago by the Department of Mining. It is there. We all know that in Ramula there is one of the best gold belts, because Ramula sits on the same gold belt that goes up to Geita. Yes. It starts from somewhere in Ethiopia, not in Ethiopia, in Sudan, and runs straight to Geita. And it has a branch towards some place called Nyamongo in Tanzania. Then it extends into Singida, a place called Mangoni area. I know that name is funny.
area.
Yes. So it extends to that place called Mangoni area in Singida. So when this farm contracted us, we did take them on a benchmarking tour. That is the team from Ramula. We had representatives of the people who were elected by the community. We had government representatives, political representatives, political actors, civil society, and we drove all the way. We drove all the way to Mwanza. Then we took a drive to Singida the following day. It was about almost 19 hours of road travel. And when we arrived in Singida, we did show them what gold mining looks like. I've had the advantage of having lived in a gold mine before in 2012 at a place called North Mara, Nyamongo. Yes. So, and that was my qualification into that contract, because I understood how gold mining works. Not easy is a wash hapana. The real gold, how it is mined by Barrick Gold in Tanzania. So we took these guys there, and one of the concerns that was there was what happens to us in terms of compensation. What happens to us in terms of this gold inachukuliwa? Are we still benefiting? Ama, once you've compensated us, that's it.
This is about it.
Yeah. The people that we've buried there, our fathers, our grandfathers, what's going to happen to them? Are they going to be mishandled?
Secreted, yeah.
Yeah, so people are very much attached to the dead, okay? And so many more things. So when we went to Singida Jagero, Mangoni area, we
Drink water.
Mangoni is a place in Luoland.
No, it's a place.
It's a Bantu.
It's a Bantu name. Yeah. So in this Mangoni area, when you're laughing, you make me.
I think people on the internet are already saying something. Let me check.
Okay, so what happened there is that we did meet the district commission there.
Yeah.
I remember how I wish I got this. I will have sent you the photos. We met the district commissioner. We met the local representatives. We met the miners. That is Shanta Gold, the representative there. And they did show us in terms of compensation what happens. And this is what happens in Tanzania, because it is important the larger population also knows, because gold is not a property of Ramula people only. It's a national treasure. So when you are evicted or when you are removed from your land, because the government has the capacity under something called compulsory acquisition. Yes. Yeah, they can acquire that land and compensate you. But this farm is willing in Tanzania. One, they pay you the price of your land plus the building.
Okay.
They give you the money. Okay. Then they also buy you land elsewhere and build it for you. Do you understand? So you're benefiting twice.
Do they compensate you for your gold beneath your house?
So I'm coming to that, because that's the concern. Yes, in finishing, that's the concern. Yeah. So once they give you this money for compensation, they also give you that land plus a house in it. Then, in terms of compensation of this gold, it is the government to determine what goes where. Like in Tanzania, in that area, there's money that remains in the community, in the immediate community, that builds hospitals, yes, that builds schools, that builds the DC's office, public institutions, basically. Then there's a bit that goes to the national level, because it's also national. But that is what lacks in Kenya. And this war is about that.
Somebody is saying it is the app. It is not Mangoni. It is Manyoni.
No, it's Mangoni. I know Manyoni. I've lived in Tanzania. Just Google Mangoni area of Singida.
Okay, somebody saying that I should stop laughing at that word.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Mata Ukelo is saying good evening, Odhiambo Jagero and Ochoka. Thank you very much. Ukelo is saying that word is so fishy. Okay, that is that. Let's go to the meat of our conversation today.
Right.
I don't know whether I want to start with a video, but I want Kithure Kindiki. I want to ask you, each and every one of you, what you think about Kithure Kindiki. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki faces an existential political crisis heading into 2027, correct? He's squeezed between ODM's aggressive demand for his seat, Rigathi Gachagua's insurgency in Mount Kenya, and his own inability to demonstrate he can deliver a decisive voting bloc. The man sworn in as Kenya's third Deputy President barely 18 months ago may already be a lame duck. I don't know whether Odhiambo will agree. I don't know whether Ochoka will agree. The question animating Kenyan political circles is no longer whether Ruto will consider dropping Kindiki. It is who replaces him, if that were to happen, and what that means for the electoral math. This research document that we put together lays out every angle of that question. Kindiki's biography and character, his political vulnerabilities, and the full roster of political potential replacement from ODM and beyond, the Gachagua insurgency, and the cold arithmetic of Kenya's 2027 political presidential race. Odhiambo, when you hear about Kindiki, because Odhiambo Ochoka is going to take us through the history of the man. I was reading about it and I was wondering, man, these guys are 10 in the family, and almost 5 are professors. I mean, I want to be them. You know, I looked at them and said, "Oh my God, Nyakajiae."
The land of rocks.
Nyakajiae, the land of rocks. What comes to mind when you hear Kithure Kindiki?
Kithure Kindiki is one of those, is a representation of what you can become in Kenya. If you stick by the rules. He's a product of the rule. He's also a product of his own effort. Okay. Because I always say there are people who are a product of statistical consequence. That because we are 3 here, one of us has to lead. But if we are 10, then somebody who will lead will come out differently. Okay? So he's not just a statistical consequence. He's also a product of his own efforts, which is something beautiful, but also showing what Kenya has to do if you can invest a little bit. And I think he chose the path of education, and it bore fruit. And I love his family. I love a family of professors. That is a beautiful thing, especially at that age.
Odhiambo is an intellectual. Chuka also is an intellectual.
Yeah, and you're also an intellectual.
Really
just you like packaging yourself. Yeah, he likes packaging himself like a commoner, but he's not. Yeah, he's not. And people know you. They've smoked you. They've smoked you out.
Yeah. So that's what you think about Kindiki. I want to go to Chuka. But before we go to Chuka, I want us to replay the video where he's being sworn in, because I think that video is very interesting. Bunga, if you can replay that video, then Chuka can take us.
I, Kithure Kindiki,
do swear
that I will always truly and diligently serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment, that I will at all times
Is your mic? Okay. I was about to ask Vash to say something, but apparently her mic is not there. What happened to your mic? Bunga, what happened to Vash's mic? You're jealous. Let's go to Omondi Chuka. That is the man that is being put in to serve as the fifth. Is it the fifth or the third? The fifth?
No.
The what?
The third deputy president under the new constitutional dispensation.
Yeah. Ochuka, many people would like to know about the deputy president from C grade to a PhD, Kindiki's improbable rise. Please take us through who we should know about Kindiki.
Kindiki is one of those distinguished professors, and many people actually do not know about him because he came into the limelight. How he came into the limelight, but let's come into that later on as I will wind up.